Hello everybody, welcome back to another Let's Continue. Today we're going to finish off the Castlevania Circle of the Moon poster that we've been working on. All that's left to do is add the highlights and the more pronounced shadows. So I'm going to do a lot more with pure black this time. So we might extend a few of the line work that we already have there. And we're going to apply some highlights to kind of make things pop a bit more. And we're also going to fix Nathan's face because Nathan's face kind of looks weird now, at least to me anyway. He looks a bit too aged. But that's mainly because of the shading that he has now, like the midtones, how they fall on his face. They make him look a bit too aged. So we're going to try to fix that up. And like I said, we're going to make it look a bit more refined, you know? Let me put some music on in the meantime so we can start this. So yeah, I also forgot to open the thing, but yeah. So if you want to watch the previous steps, which is 4 of them so far, I think they're in my channel. I'll put a link in the description once this video gets posted as a video. But in the meantime, give me one moment and we will commence. So here we go. Come on, takes a while. All right, so here we are. This is how we stand right now. Like I said, it's only midtones right now and line work. I'm pretty happy with how everything came out so far. I like the coloring that I've made, but we do need to have some highlights applied. So with this face right here, we have to probably shrink it up a bit more, like just move his chin up, maybe like the head a bit down in general. But we'll make those tweaks right now. It might seem like it's a little too late, but it's not. You can get it going now. Let me just put music now. And we'll continue with our super duper poster. And next week, I'm going to do a Busta Rhymes poster. So we're going to base it on like the characters that he has made in his music videos. Because Busta Rhymes is pretty colorful, you know? So why not take advantage of his colorfulness, and I like him, so why not? All right. I don't know why the pen always gets stuck now in the thing. You know, I don't press it too hard, but whatever. All right. Oh yeah. 1 second, we just post a little bit over here, a little bit, and we'll continue. All right. We're live. Render. Sure. Let's put the color red. All right. So let me minimize this so we know what's going on. Where's my chat now? Just in case, you know, you always have to have the chat available. And let me put this on off. There you go. I don't need that anymore. Just have to have it there. All right, cool. So let's continue. All right. So the first thing we're gonna do is I'm going to try to adjust that face of Nathan because Nathan's face looks kind of funky, you know. I see all this is one layer. And I have other layers in between. Sorry, I hit the microphone. Don't move. All right, there you go. And so I'm gonna copy this because this is the overall drawing, plus this is gonna be here, and then we have the line work here. So to edit his face, I'm gonna have to flatten all of that and then get to it. So we're gonna make a copy of all of it because we don't wanna. I don't know why it keeps on. I don't wanna. I don't know here. So copy, copy, copy. Yeah, let me just move this stuff around so I have all the copies lined up together. So this copy, and this is copy. Alright, so these have to be together because they're not the copies. We're gonna get rid of those. We're gonna bring it back here. So now we're good. Now we know that that's that. Oh, but wait, we have it in the wrong order. There you go. Oh, there you go. Now I'm going to flatten everything up. This and this. How can I flatten everything? I want to combine these two layers. Oh, but there's locked. Okay. So let's lock it up. These over here, what is this? Oh, see, these are all different layers. I'm gonna have to lock them up, all of them. So I can do that all at once like in Photoshop. That sucks. Alright, so we're just gonna do it one by one. Alright, that's fine. Let's take it out. Let's delete this. Let's combine these two, and now it's all one layer. Perfect. Alright. So now, oh, hold on. Five. Give me 1 second. Let's just put it finishing. Poster. I have to make sure that people know that I forget to do it. You know, http:// and youtube.com/a/Vorendor. At everyone. Sure. Alright, anyway. Let's see. So I'm a wee bit nervous for this one because I don't know if it's gonna work, you know? What are we doing? Lasso. Can't talk right now, man. People can talk. I am IR live. Alright, so we're gonna. Luckily, it's all like flat colors in the sense, even though we have midtones like included in here. They are in this. I made them in this like very like crispy way of drawing, you know, so it's not gonna be too hard to adjust it. Well, let me see if I can probably adjust it without doing the whole thing. Hold on, I got an idea. You can see there it doesn't look old. There it looks old, but I think it's mainly because of the shadows. So we're gonna have to like kind of fix up the shadows a bit, I think. You know? No. So where are we? Oh, we're in a different. Alright, so my erase. Well, when I work in this one, I don't like to have the eraser or the brush be anti-aliased. You know, I want to have the aliasing, which is the crispiness. So like see all the jaggedness. That's what I want. I want to keep that. Yeah, already looks better. Doesn't look as aged because like the art. Well, the shadow definitely accentuates crevices on your face. So having too many shadows cast accentuates the face in an aged way. Good Peruvian coffee. All right, yeah. So we didn't have to do this. See, like that's already, yeah, that's aged, not aged, aged, not aged. Even though this would be semi-accurate over here, it's not doing us any favor, you know. So we can always take artistic liberties, but yeah, the more details you add to the face, the more aged it becomes. That's why you have to kind of play around with what you're trying to achieve and what kind of look you're going for, or who you're representing, depending on what the age of the person you're drawing is. It'll determine how much detail you put on their face, because again, the detail will definitely age your characters. So that's something to keep in mind. For the highlights, and we're gonna do not necessarily pure white, because we don't want to go pure white on the thing, but we're definitely gonna lighten up the colors that we're using and maybe desaturate it a bit more, and then we'll see. Yeah, see, that's good enough. But for highlights, we have to use very little of them, very seldomly, because highlights are less is more with highlights. So you have to make sure that you utilize them, you know, sparingly and in a manner that actually helps you kind of accentuate your. What did you? Hey, what up, JD? How's it going? Welcome, welcome. How are you today? Good morning. What it do? What it be? How are you? You know, like we're trying to make it so that. Listen, I don't think that slavery was ever what it was meant to be. You know, like it was never a pleasing or an enticing proposition. You know. But how are you? Thank you so much for coming by. I got 2 hours late to work, overturned tractor trailer. What? That is insane. How are you though? Aside from work being chaotic as usual, how are you doing? How is Jeannie doing? Yeah, you know, sometimes you can't sweat the things, man. Like, you know, accept what you can control and what you can't, you know, so be it. You know? Trying to make a highlight on this guy, but oh ho, yay! I'm excited for my grandma actually, because she's been. I mean, telling you, she's a happy camper, man. Thanks, Gene. Thanks. Your goodies are definitely of the goodie kind. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Bless you. You have to, and for the highlights, you have to kind of like zoom out often just to see that what you're doing is correct. So make sure that what you're applying makes sense to the composition, respecting your source of light always, because your light source should be paramount in determining what you're going to be shading, you know. So, and also shading has to be kind of like applied depending on what surface you're working on. So that's very bad, you know, but like this is like this, right? So it curves out, it curves down like that. So then the area of highlights for this, it's kind of like where, so if this was a block, it would be like this and then like this, right? So then in this area, that's where you apply the shading, where that virtual corner would be placed. So like that's like kind of enough for like a shadow, you know. I mean, for highlights, see. No, maybe, yeah, it's fine. Same thing here. Oh, Genie, I was watching a trailer right before I started of a show called Alice in Borderlands, which is a Netflix show. It looks pretty tight, man. It's a Japanese show, but it looks dope. Definitely check out the trailer if you are interested in stuff like that. Like, it's called Alice in Borderlands. Excuse me, it's a Japanese live action show, but it looks dope. I might be watching that. Alice in Borderlands. It only has one season out, so I figured something to like kind of like take the spot of not having Mando anymore, you know? I mean, I will also watch the Expanse. That looks pretty cool. And what do you think? What's your take? I loved it. I watched that Queen's Gambit. Queen's Gambit was awesome. I liked it. I'm glad you liked it. Right? She's a good character, man. She was a good character. Like, that girl, man. Definitely a good character. I'm just gonna keep going like this. Desaturating. I mean, lighting up the same color. And like you see, just adding lines. Nothing too crazy, nothing too heavy. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, a chess set? Yeah, man. Really? That's awesome. And they had like a study. Well, like I said, yeah, I got more or less like anecdotal evidence that after Queen's Gambit came out, the sale of chess sets soared because everybody got kind of eventually, you know, not eventually, but they got an inkling to try chess. So this one, the gray here is a little bit too bright already, so we're gonna definitely have to be borderline pure white for the highlight for this one, just so that it can kind of have a more pressing, you know, you can actually tell there's a highlight there. And it's fine because metal stuff will usually highlight in a white tone, you know, so that's fine. You don't have to worry about it being white. For other stuff, you shouldn't use white per se unless it's a hard surface. Usually hard surfaces tend to have a white white highlight. So, you know, and I'm excited for next poster, man. I really want to draw the Busta Rhymes poster. Busta Rhymes, man. Out of all people to do posters, I think Busta Rhymes is a good person to do posters of. You know? Sadly, we can't play music from Busta Rhymes when we do it because, you know, DMCA strikes and whatnot. But I like that we can make a poster out of Busta Rhymes, you know. And I have like this tool now that I downloaded, for perspective. And I'm looking forward to it because it's a perspective tool, so it just gives you the grid for perspective, you know. So that's gonna make for some easier dynamic posters because we're gonna be able to skew the perspective of things a lot more, and that's how you get like dramatic angles, like with foreshortening and whatnot. I've been practicing that on my own though, like by copying different angles for comic book panels. Personally, comic book panel reproduction, like if you not reproduction but like drawing comic book panels references, it's a good practice, man. I find anyway. Like I've enjoyed myself drawing Gambit, Wolverine, Michelangelo, I think it is the one in the what call it, this Ninja Turtle Ronin, the last Ronin, because there's only one left in that storyline. They're pretty grim story from what I've seen. Woo! Okay, water. Water is life, you know? Okay. Yeah, I'm excited for the next poster, man. Like your highlights should just help define where you're hit. You too? Yeah, man. Show enough. Yeah, I was waiting. I was hoping that you would comment, but in my hope for your comment, I was like, I'm pretty sure she's gonna like play off from what the post, the reference that I put is. And sure enough, you did. And I was like, I wonder if Genie's gonna do that. I wonder if Genie's gonna do that. I was pretty sure, but I was hoping that you did. And sure enough, you did. Hey man, I was searching for that. This is my final form video, and it never happened. I saw the video you sent me to. I didn't watch it until you sent it to me, and then I watched the other one talking about it being a Mandela effect. But yeah, man. I think the meme, like when before I watched any video, I thought that it was just because like we the audience made it a meme, just because we were aware of how many forms, whatchamacallit, Frieza has. So it became like more like a self-created meme by the fandom. So that's why I feel like, oh, yeah. And then it just kind of like it got ingrained on people's head, and then we kind of made it into our head. We created that scene in our head. Sure enough, it was not real. Kind of sucks because I would like it. I would have loved to have that, you know. So this right here is because we have a bone, right? That bone right here, and that's what the highlight is for. And here I didn't do it, but usually for like metal stuff, you can kind of drag the highlight a bit further than where the light is hitting. So like for example, even though the light is coming from this area, the highlight could live all the way down here, because in metal surfaces, the highlight kind of travels further. You know, so you can play around with that like that. I don't like this one right here. These I don't like. Not a fan of. Just because it looks kind of like smudgy rather than actually a thing, you know. Maybe we just have to use a line, you know, just a line. Yeah, see, it's just a line, kind of works out fine. Just a line works out fine. And you don't have to get so detailed in your highlights. The highlights, like I said, is very subtle changes, very like they're not everywhere, you know. Less is more with highlights. You don't want to overdo it with highlight. And then depending on also on the material that you're highlighting. For example, this shirt, like the cloth doesn't shine. It might have a higher brightness in certain areas, but it won't be as stark a difference between like the base color and the highlight as it is with like hard surfaces. Hard surfaces will have much more pronounced highlights just because the material lends itself for it. But when you're doing cloth, it's more like a gradient shading, kind of like a gradient change, like a gradual change, you know. So and then since I've already picked the color for the skin highlight, I'll just go and pick it up again from where I have it. Maybe a little bit thicker on the line for this one. Yeah. And you just have to kind of like play around, see what works better for you as far as like how you're gonna apply the highlight, what type of highlight, the weight of it, you know. But always keeping an eye on where your light source comes from. So that's why everything's kind of heavier on the left side of the drawing. You know? That's because that's where the light is coming from. Excuse me. And again, for everything that I have already picked a highlight color, I should go back to it and pick it from there rather than trying to approximate it, because I want my highlights to be consistent throughout. All right. I may have to go over the highlights on the top because I like this better, like the thicker line. But you'll see that just with this little markings is enough to make a highlight effective. And just be aware of like your shapes, like what are you highlighting, what's the contour of that shape like, you know? Especially here, since these are like we're closer, but maybe we're further out from the camera, but it should be closer to the light source. I think I should still have a bit of a thicker line. There you go. Now let's fix this one. And this process takes a while, you know. Take your time with it because it'll either make or break your drawing. Maybe not as catastrophic, but you know, it does have a lot of importance on the overall feel of your piece. So give your art time, you know, let your art take as long as it needs. Always, you know, trying to finish it, because you know you don't want to spend too much time on any one thing. You want to have something done rather than forever try to perfect something. But you know, now here it's not facing the light, but I feel like it does need a little bit of a glistening line. And again, it's because like your highlights on hard surface, this I feel like it's a hard surface, you can have this little like shining things on the edge of it. Kind of like anything that's facing towards the light or in the general direction of the light, you can kind of get away with that in a bit of a sliver of light somewhere else, you know, even though it may not make physical sense per se. Hard surfaces, again, they tend to have like a it'll travel further. So you know, it has its techniques. You know? That is what it is, you know, just a process that you have to give time to. Yesterday I did a grayscale drawing, well, yeah, more or less grayscale on my Twitch stream. I do stream every weekend on Twitch at 9 a.m. Eastern, 2 p.m. GMT, and like here on YouTube, I do more of like this kind of like whole process streams. So every stream we do one step of the way, like one step of the process. And on stream on Twitch, we just kind of like hang out, draw whatever it is that we want to draw all the time. So you can always join us over there on weekends. And here on the YouTube nest, I'll do every Monday and Wednesday. These are like these like kind of like anime style highlights, you know, kind of works out fine. Because I can't do that here because this is facing away, not directly at the light. The light source coming from this way, and these are coming facing this way, so they're not gonna be as consistently bright. Like here, yeah, because everything's kind of glistening from the light on the top. You know, in this one we may take a little bit of a artistic liberty just to make it look good. You know. Because sometimes you have to exaggerate stuff. Within reason, obviously, but sometimes exaggerating certain elements or certain aspects of your drawing help out. You just gotta make sure that you do it right. And by doing it right, you'll know, like if it looks correctly, then yeah. No? Now we be here. And just kind of like make little lines here. Yep, there you go. You can kind of find it, the highlights, you know. This is only in the tips, and not even on this one over here, just on the ones that would be graced by the light directly. They kind of have like, because when you're doing shading and highlighting, you have to think in 3D. You have to think of how, where the light originates, how it would hit it in 3D space. And just find the line that you want. No. There you go. Maybe not. Maybe it doesn't want to be there. So it's fine. We'll move on. Let's move on. Like, definitely for like hard surfaces, man. Try to make them pop. Hard surfaces, especially metal. You know, metal. They have to like glisten more than others. That's why this one has a lot of sharp edges, and all those sharp edges will have a very defined highlight. So yeah, there you go. Try to move the light around. So that one, nope, it doesn't shoot like this. Because everything kind of should be heavier on the left side of the light hitting it, because that's where it originates from. It's coming from this way, you know? It's going this way like that. So all these areas have to be facing towards the light source. And then that's how you can make sure that you have proper highlighting. Just follow your light source. Sure. And sometimes the highlights don't make sense. Like when you make it, you'll draw it and like you're like, well, it doesn't make sense. But then you look at the whole picture like, oh yeah, it kind of looks nice. You know? So this doesn't have any highlight because it's directly underneath this and is facing towards us, not up towards the light. So whatever highlight might have been on it, it's being covered by the cloth on top. This has to be almost pure white, like for sure, almost pure white. For sure, pure white, you know? And you have to do these little pieces, you know, like they're so tiny, but they do need your details. Like they need attention because, like I said, like some stuff by itself is so small that you wouldn't notice it, but the sum of all these highlights do make a difference. So just because it's a small part, don't think that it's not gonna be important, you know? My setup is better as far as like ergonomics are go, but it's still not the best as this is. And see, for like the darker colors and for clothing in general, I'm not going all the way too far from the source, you know? Because again, like clothing doesn't shine, it just has like it has hot spots, you know, like of grading or like coloring, not grading, of like lighting. So I'm just finding like a better line for this, you know, like it flows better. Like I might even get rid of this one actually. Like these, they don't need to be there. Because they're not facing the light properly and they're not shining, you know, it's not a shiny surface. There you go, see, like without, and it pops, you know, it pops a lot more. Like he's like, oh, more in post, like, oh shit, yep, he's doing stuff, you know. But, and we haven't done that many highlights, you know, like it's been very subtle, very seldomly playing here and there. But that's the power of a highlight, you know. The highlight will definitely bring attention to your drawing, but you have to do it very, very seldomly. Like, can't stress it enough. Highlights, the less is more. Now we do the whip, because the whip has to have also highlight, and everything has to have a highlight, but depending on what the material is how intense it is going to be. So the highlight for the whip is going to be pretty close to how the base color was, again, because it's not a metal, it's not a hard surface, so you don't have to go nuts with it, you know. And it's not going to be entirely around the circumference, the length of it. It's just mainly what's going to be facing towards the light. There's going to be some like Fresnel effect going on, like when things face away from the light, you still have that little kind of like, when it curves out, it'll give you like a rounded brighter edge on the curvature, but not all the time. Feel free to rotate your canvas just to give you a more natural flow of your line, because your wrist, your arm can move one way, like there's a more natural way from this motion right here, like this, kind of like this, is more natural than this, you know, because this line follows this, you know, how your hand naturally moves. So you can do that for shading and stuff. I like it, but I think I'm gonna have to make it a bit more, a little thicker on the bottom here, where the base of the thing is. So now let's see, look at it. Yeah, see, it has a better presence there. Here, over here, definitely in this area, and then over here in this area. Maybe here too, here in this area. But again, all based on where your light source is coming from. So you can have a better flow, like it'll read better. It'll help your picture exist better, more cohesively, more coherent, you know? Because you'll know like, oh yeah, that's there because of the light, you know? Because lighting can throw off people, like your audience can be thrown off by your light source if you don't do it properly. Like even if they're not able to identify what's wrong with the picture, it'll look off. So like a good light source goes a long way, man. And what I mean by that is like how you represent it and how you carry that light across your piece, you know. So if it's top left, and then everything facing the top left has to be brighter than anything facing not either away from or indirectly, you know. That's why this is all lit up, because we're still facing the left side. I mean, it doesn't look like it because I have it rotated, but see, everything's facing this way. But now the curvature starts to come up. So because this curvature starts to deviate from it, going this way now, then we shouldn't worry about it. Hold up, what did I put? Oh, that's the sketch. I see these lumps. I don't like these lumps, so I'm gonna get rid of these lumps. No lumpiness. Sometimes you want lumpiness, sometimes it's fine, but unintentional lumps are not good. And this highlight right here is going to have a lot more impact than the one that we did on the other side, only because the background this is way darker. So this is definitely going to help like accentuate the whip. And then we put over here. There you go. And again, like I said, always try to like zoom out, see how things are looking without, with the, see like this part here, boom, look, keep an eye on here, and like on the whip over here. And look, now we're gonna remove the highlight. It pops. It pops a lot more from the background. So that's what highlights do. They give more presence to what you're drawing. And you see that we only made very little lights here, like here and there. Nothing too crazy, but it's been enough to make Nathan look a lot more imposing. Like it's more like, oh shit, damn, you know, it's there. I mean, he's obviously been there, but you know, there's a very noticeable difference from this to that. And I like the highlights on the shoulder pieces. They work fine. Ooh. Okay. Now let's do this right here. So for the background, well, not this. This is kind of like the midground. So the castle and Carmilla, they're both the midground. Then Dracula over here, he's the background. So for these, they don't have to be as intense. The highlights are going to be a little bit more subdued, a little bit more muted. We're not going to go as light as if we were doing these. So usually if it had been in the foreground, I would have been doing like this, very like bright. But that's too bright for the midground. So we have to do it a bit more subtle, because that way you're not going to have that layer compete with the foreground. You know? So that way you keep the attention where it should be, and where it should be is determined by you. What do you want to highlight? What do you want to make the point of focus, you know? I have like something stuck in my throat. Okay. Like the back already has a little, but you still be more focused on Nathan, because Nathan has a higher contrast. The back just pops up a bit more, and in general it's going to be looking a lot nicer. And I feel like I could do these a bit darker actually. It shouldn't be this bright. Anything that's brighter than this would be fine. I just went a bit too heavy, you know? So see how far we're here, so we can probably make it away here. And that's still brighter. Yeah, see, that's fine. Still brighter than what we had. And that's like the point of like the back, like the mid-ground kind of highlights. It's gonna be just so you can add a bit of detail, but not call too much attention to it. And like the composition itself has a nice eye flow. Like it gives you a good movement to your eye, because right now Nathan, bam, very imposing, you know. But like you look at him, then you kind of follow. Then this is red already. Red is gonna be calling your eye. So you're gonna go from here to Camilla, and then you have this line here. So whether you go up or down, your eye's gonna follow that curvature of that line, and then from then you're gonna go to like Dracula. So hopefully like it goes like from here, you see his face, either you jump to Camilla over here, or you jump to the hand and you follow around, and then you look at Dracula. So there's eye movement however you like, however you're moving. And that's something that you want to have on your, in your drawings. You want to have some sort of like eye movement on the canvas, you know? And shapes and flow of lines help with that. And then colors too. Colors, depending on what colors. Carmilla is made out of red, so red commands line attention. So, but it's fine because she's a smaller element in the composition itself. So her calling attention, it's not a bad thing, because it Nathan is so huge, and then you have Dracula in the background that's also pretty damn big compared to her anyway, you know. so in that sense it's fine. And like if you see this one, I just made it here in the bottom, not necessarily connected to the top, because these are just a little looser. They're not like as precise as on the front, and it's just to kind of help the overall compensation. You don't have to be too precise with these highlights in the midground, especially with something small, as small as the castle. The castle's pretty small, so there's no need for you to go that much that detailed, you know. Yeah, that's fine. I'm not gonna put anything here, I don't think, because it's not an edge. These yeah, those edges, yes, because it's ground, so it shouldn't be reflecting. But if you want to give it like a little like a oomph, then yeah, add a bit of like a highlighting effect, but only to like edges, because ground doesn't reflect. It'll bounce light, but it's not a reflective surface, you know. So very little like denotation like of like a highlight or something like that. You know, it's very subtle. This one, you know, here for the steps, I think I have to I forgot to put a mid-tone, even though there's a difference in tone from like this and this. That's just like because of where it's like of what it is. It's supposed to be like a vertical and a horizontal, but I didn't apply a mid-tone like or a shading. So I'm going to well, let's say first I'm going to add a darker shade kind of like at the bottom of it all, and like the shade is gonna be based on the base color. So for this one we're gonna be darker. See, that's dark, a little darker than that actually. Yeah, there. So then the way we can have, because this one doesn't have a mid-tone, like I said, it's just like the color itself, but adding this little mid-tone is going to help sell the depth that it has, you know, that this is actually at the bottom of something, and then it'll give it more of a 3D space kind of thing. And this is not there, so this doesn't cast shadow on this, because this is supposed to be away from it. So here are the steps, right? And then this is over here. Then the light doesn't, it's not going to be affected by it, because the light is coming from this way, you know. That's why like the shadows here are heavier on the right side, because they're on the left side. The light coming from the left. Here on the bottom too. We're gonna use the same one for both, for the top and the bottom, because it's gonna be more like a contact shadow rather than an actual shading of it, which is fine. So there's mid-dream music, so if you guys like the music, I'm gonna give you a link right now, and give mid-dream a subscribe, you know, up to his channel. He's a very, very, very good musician. But that's mid-dream's channel. Cool. So here we're gonna put a bit of shadow here, even though the light's coming from the left. This is kind of like a carpeted on top of the steps, so it'll cast a little bit of a shadow in it. Okay, here we're gonna put an actual shadow here. which we didn't do on the other side because again it's been lit from here. So it's gonna throw the light through the shadow, the heavy left of the light towards the left. And let's zoom out. I might make it a bit higher, like a little bit more, a little light, yeah. There you go. And the beauty of having different layers is that we can go back there and get rid of any little thing that kind of protrudes through the line. We're not trying to be perfect either, you know. Very like hand drawn feel, because it is hand drawn, you know. But we're not trying to make it look so perfect. Just good enough, you know. But I do like the roughness of it. I like to have that kind of rough lining and kind of erratic brush movement. Yeah, see? Alright, so now let's do the red. Yeah. Yeah, this definitely works out better. Okay. Same thing over here. We have to make sure that it goes on the bottom. This is all just to create depth on your drawing, not because anything else actually, just to create depth on this. But since it has a darker area here, you know that it goes further out in the back. Otherwise, it looks flat. I mean, it still had like a little bit of a depth effect just because this is darker than this. So you know that there's a light on this way here and here. But this dark line for the shadows pushes it further back. So it works out fine. Now you're good. So now what we're gonna do is we're gonna go and apply a little bit of a highlight. And again, it's not a massively reflective light, surface, so you don't have to go too wild with it. Just light enough that you can tell it's light. See, that's way too white. Better. You know? And again, just to like the edge of it, not necessarily to the whole entire thing, just towards the edge. And by the edge, I mean like where you have like the change of like going from horizontal to vertical. Here, not so much. That's not where the light would be the most noticeable, you know? Because this line right here is adding more to that depth that I mentioned before, you know? So it's making the look of the thing No, that's not that dark. So I have to clean that line. What happened is that the line had fuzzies, and when a line becomes fuzzy, then you get these kind of like semi see-through things, because they're not gray. They're just it has an alpha channel. That's why you have the difference in color here. You still see the gray, but we're trying to get rid of that. We don't want fuzzies. Like rough lines, sure, but fuzzy lines, no. And this is what I mean by fuzzy. Like it has an alpha value. Alpha is gonna be a see-through value. That's what you don't want. I mean, at least not in my style that we're doing now. Because all the way is pretty crunchy. You know? It's a crunchy work. So to retain the crunchiness, you have to avoid having anti-aliasing on your brush, because that I want the crunchiness. You know, crunchiness is part of the whole process. We'll fix those lines with the eraser, but the eraser we're gonna have to make it a bit bigger. Kind of like move it now. Now if we zoom out, Camilla, and then we do this. Yeah, not too much, but it's enough. You know, that's what I was going for. I didn't want it to be at any dark. I didn't want it to be as bright as what Nathan is rocking. Same thing here, just enough so you can have a different shade. Oh man. A little bit more. Maybe-ish? Yeah, maybe. It's fine, let's leave it like that. But here we definitely will have on this edge right here. Because it's a carpet, so in a smaller scale it has the same effect as going down a step. That's why this one does have a highlight here. Where is that from? Alright, hold on. Where are you, Camilla? Underneath Camilla? No, where are you? Is it you? Yeah, here. So let's go back up. And let's keep going with the highlights. Like I said again, the highlights will definitely apply here on the little edge, because it is a little bit more raised than the floor itself, just because a carpet has a thickness to it. That's why these would be will have a little bit of a highlight. This is what I mean about like some of its parts are definitely greater than its parts by themselves. Because now it makes it more 3D-ish like. That's what we're going for, to have that subtle depiction of like something like that. Something like that. Now let's highlight Camilla herself, you know. Camilla definitely needs some highlighting aspects to her body. Something that gives her more. That's a little much. That's a little much. That's a little much. I have to make sure the brush is a little smaller because she's tiny. now just trying to add highlights that make sense to Carmilla's body. Because again, even though they're all in different kind of planes of existence, the light source is consistent throughout the whole piece. Everything is being lit by the left side. So even though they're like the Carmilla layer doesn't interact with the Dracula layer, and the Dracula layer doesn't interact with the Carmilla layer, and I mean in special placement, there's not like an actual layer made on this software for them. But in the spatial placement of them, they're where they live. It's separate from where the other things are. So you have to be able to kind of make it coherent, you know, like give it a cohesive look, and that's how I chose to do it, like by making it all in the same lighting. But also because they're all independent of each other, I can't have Carmilla's light reflection or light manipulation affect anything around it other than in her own realm. The leather boots are kind of tough to aid, because here you have this, like if where it bends, it should have a little bit of an indentation. And leather is kind of like very stiff in a sense, has a stiffness to it. So and arguably the leather would shine brighter than her dress, but I don't want to use too many color variations on her, so I just rather have the same tone for the dress and for the boots, because they're both the same color anyway, so it doesn't really matter. And again, she's such a small detail, so it doesn't really make much sense to have that many color variations for highlight for her, because she's not commanding that much attention. I mean, she's already commanding enough attention as it is because she's red, let alone having her command more attention because of her intricate highlights. And not that they would be that noticeable, because again, she's so tiny, so the tininess of herself is not gonna allow it to be as commanding. Here we're not gonna put too many just on this kind of like edge here, maybe here, but in general that side of her can't have anything here because it's being shaded by her body, you know. So that's enough. See, it brings her up, looks more imposing. She's a bit more detailed, a bit more refined. So here, yeah, because you know the arm is kind of like way higher than anything else that would cast shadow on the arm itself. So the arm can have its own. This is gonna be shaded nowadays. Like this one also I'm gonna shade, not shade, but highlight, because this is away from the body, so it'll receive enough light to warrant a reflection. Some sort of like light highlight, you know. Now we're gonna go here again. Now for this one I'm gonna rotate it though, because it is a little bit harder to do it as it was like that. Like, I mean, that's what I mean when you have to like kind of accommodate the drawing to where your line feels more natural. So regardless of what you're drawing, just rotate it so you can make more better flow of lines. Like the flow of the lines to me is very important. Like I like to have a nice flow of my lines. So now let's see how it looks. It's definitely like a zoom in and out kind of process, right? Because you're gonna get a better look at what you have done based on like the whole picture, not necessarily the detail that you're working on. Yeah, see, much better. Camilla's looking way hotter now, like in the drawing sense. I mean, she's a good looking lady, but looks like she's good. She looks good. Very subtle highlights on here, but it needs to have a highlight all the way to the top, and like the under one too, just because this is facing towards where the light would be. So the even though the light is coming this way, then this kind of little particles of light is going to be touching the rim of it. So, and since the fold here creates a rather hard surface, that's going to have a definite highlight to it. No. Whoa. Same thing there. No. Let's try to do that here and here. This one more because it's curving this way. So when you have something curved, the middle of the curve, when it's a reflective surface, would have a shine to it. And then let's have her headpiece shine too. Just a little bit, you know. And there you go. So now I have that. A little over here. So now to zoom out again. Yeah, see now she has enough details there. Now let's do her hair. Maybe her skin first. Skin is gonna be slightly lighter, a bit more desaturated, a little lighter. Yeah. Oh wow, you know what? I actually forgot, because the lighting here. So her strap here has to have a shadow because it's a physical thing above her skin. So I have to give her this shadow here, you know, accounting for the shadow cast by the strap of her dress. Alright, so now we can go back here. Like this, these are like enough to kind of give her a little bit of a no. So let me see. I don't like that face shine right here. That face shine doesn't work for me, so I'll give her one of those better. Let me see if I can make her have eyes that don't look creepy. Just because they're so tiny, you know? She's such a tiny design, like a tiny character in this otherwise big composition. We might have to move her eye though. Hold on. So let's forget about this. Let's forget about that. Nope. Smaller eraser. Hold on. Because I have to maybe move her eye around. the line work of the eye anyway. Oh, keep forgetting that my layer was locked. Better, I think it's better there. It's like utilizing her face in a better place, I think, anyway. Again, it's so small that I don't know if I'm gonna make many edits to her eye just because it's so tiny. I may have to redo that eye entirely, I guess. This one, the one on the right side, her left eye. Yeah, because I should be lower. Hold on. Yeah, more like that. Let's see. Hold on. We have to make sure that this is going properly there. Get rid of that. Put this back here and there. And there. I have to kind of probably maybe. Hold on. Yeah, see, because I don't know if I want to have it. Undo. Yeah, so. That's what we need to do, you know? We need to have. Need to make it a bit bigger. Because now it is borderline pixel art, you know? And pixel art has very strict constraints. So. Yeah, it works better. Well, what did I do there? Yeah, because see, I don't want to lose this right here. This, I don't want to lose it. I just want to put it there. Come on, stay there. There you go. Just get rid of this, and this, and this right here. We will add on the top a bit more here, though. Just to give it more of a like mascara, you know. Same thing here. Let's add a bit more over there. So now her eye has more of a mascara kind of look to it, you know. And that works fine. That works fine for us. And we also have to fix here, this part right here. Because again, here now we're borderline doing pixel art, and pixel art is very finicky. We have a lot of restrictions for pixel art. Yeah. So now let's go back to, well, let's lock it up again. Let's go back to the midtones, and now we're gonna add the white of the eyes. Well, the eyes in general. But I don't want to go too white because it shouldn't be pure white either. It should be borderline white with whatever color you're using. So now see here, this is gonna be looking brighter. Yeah, So now what we're gonna do is we're gonna add just a darker. They're just kind of like looking at us, but not necessarily, you know. Hold on. This has to be dark. Yeah, because this eye is like very much on the left side of her, and there should be also on the left side. So we might be able to actually get away with deleting that there, maybe. No. Yeah, let's just leave it like that. And actually has a direction on her eyes, which works out way better than before. Now let's go back here, which is our highlight. We're gonna do the highlight for her hair, and this one we're definitely gonna do a bit more of a more like a more dramatic light compared to the rest of her body, similar to what we did with Nathan. You know, and that's a little too much, a little too much. So let's put it up. That's kind of nice. Let's bring up the size of the brush a bit more. Yeah. Yeah. We have more stuff here. Perfecto. So this one, you can kind of move the highlight a bit further in. And I gave it a bit of a thickness to it. Hold on, let me get rid of this one square. And these here. Whoa. There. This over here, no? It's in Camilla's layer. There you go. I don't want the fuzziness, you know, I want to have everything be very, very sharp, so I have to make sure that everything looks the sharpest it can, you know, without any of those fuzzies. Bro, stay there. And let's get rid of that over here. Oh, that's from the highlight, so here we go. That's from Camilla itself. That's from the line work here. Same thing here, but now let's continue to close this up here. Same thing here. It up, and I'm using like a thicker line, so a bit more pixels on the line, just because it's on the side where we shaded anyway, so thicker line helps our cause in this case, you know. So here we go. Just fine tuning the drawing as we go, you know. Whoa. All right, fair enough. Midtones. You know, because you have to make sure that all these little details play their part correctly. Like that. Little things that escape, you know, that we might have not we might have not caught well when we were drawing it, or sometimes it happens that I just leave it for later on purpose, you know, for this process right now. because I was like, you know what, fuck it, I have to go in anyway and do XYZ, so why not just leave it for that moment, you know? However meticulous you want to be with your drawings, up to you. I recommend that you take your time doing as much as you can to make it look perfect. And perfect in quotations, not like it's never going to be perfect. Don't strive for perfection, but perfect enough for you. You know, that it's close enough to your intentions. I see this, I don't like it, so I have to make sure that it's not there. That's what I mean about being perfect, you know, like perfect for what you're trying to do. That total perfection is never attainable. So but I don't want to have like those weird like pixels kind of like shoot around like these. See, bloop, bloop. Like some of the roughness I want, but not all the roughness. Not these little like ones that are just kind of like protruding with no reason. Like if there's a variation of line thickness, that's fine. But like these little like cachitos, or like little like things that just stick out for no reason, that's no bueno. Oh, it just bled here, so we just have to get rid of that. Oh, it bled again, so let's get rid of that. And this is what I mean, like when I said final tweaks done today, because we have to do these final tweaks, you know? Subtle little changes that need to be done in order for the whole piece to kind of work better, you know? So the thing about the brush I'm using is that like, it's the one that tapers in, so since we're working so fine, like so tiny, it's having a hard time attaching pixels to the drawing. Like here, I'm gonna go in and just kind of like help that line connect. It's a minor detail, but again, the sum of their parts will make a difference. Like these, I don't want them to bleed out like this. This is not cool. You know, this is not cool here. So I have to go back to Camilla and just kind of clean out all these weird things. Here, same thing. Get rid of that. Get rid of this. They're minute details that again may not seem like much on their own, but as a whole they would make a big difference, or big enough to impact the quality of your work, you know? So I make sure to make them look nice as possible. You know, it's like kind of like pushing through like this. See, the boot line kind of makes it look nasty here, so this is gonna add to the sharpness of your drawing, you know? It's so tiny that sometimes you say like, nah, but what does it matter? It matters. In this case, it does matter. But only in as much as how everything together will look so much better once you do these seemingly unnoticeable flaws, I guess, you know? But let's go back to Especially since something like small as Camilla is on this composition. The more legible we can make her, the better. So spending some extra time to make Camilla work better goes a long way, you know? There you go, better, see? This one maybe we can kind of get a little bit here. See, it's just kind of like enough so we can complete the hand. And give the fingers more presence. This one I'm going to close it up a bit more so I can make it thin. And then we're going to take up some of the space that we created with the black to give the other finger a bit more room. This finger is just fudged. Hold on. Nope, there you go. But again, this is like borderline pixel art more or less, so we have to be conscious of what one square we take out, what other square we use, because in pixel art a square makes a difference, you know? It makes so much difference. Alright, so now that's better. That makes it look a lot better now. I'm happier with it. Let's connect the dots here, get rid of these little like flickers. That's fine, that's fine. Let's give her a little bit of a thicker line here just because it's on the other side of the light source. So here we can kind of forward and should have a bit of a thicker line overall. Just because, you know? Let's refine this right here. Just so we can have proper line weight. And line weight is usually determined by either like the proximity to the subject, to the from the subject to the foreground, the amount of light that it receives. So less light, thicker line, you know, heavier. Closer to you, also heavier. It depends on the context of what you're working on, you know? Where does it live in the drawing itself? Let's clean this up a bit because I have to make sure that yeah, let me clean it up. Let me clean it up. Alright, so now there. I'm just mirroring this over here, like as far as like how many lines go across on one, you know, and then the one over here. Alright, so now that works better. Let me get this here, that over there. That's much better, much better. Here I'm going to give it more black just because it's a darker shadow that's being cast directly by the body. there's like us refining the shadows, you know, identifying where things go and how they behave, well, how the light behaves on those things. So here, you know, like here it has to be more droopy here. There you go. Let me see what else. Oh, this little one we're gonna get rid of. Any other ones we have to get rid of? Maybe that one, but less. Maybe not. I just have to complete this line right here. Same thing here. And kind of like help it gain a bit more of that line weight. Not that Camilla needs to weight. I'm just saying the line weight has to be a bit thicker. A little heavier on the line here. You know? We'll get rid of this right here. That one square. Yep, that one square made a difference. In general, I have to get rid of this now. What else? Those little dots, no need them. These two here tampoco. I'll have to go back to Camilla, take this red and color here. Yeah. I think anyway. I have to go into the mid-tone range. Oh no, highlight. So let's get rid of these then. Not like even, there you go. Really wish that when you pick a color in CSP, it would recognize it as you wanted to use the brush. Because it doesn't do that. I think Camilla is more or less done, I guess. Maybe. Well, let me put more. Whoa, 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 whoa. Darker line here all around. I drag in the shadow here. See how Camilla looks. Yeah, see, Camilla looks nice now. It was a very, very subtle change in general, like very small things that it changed, but it helps Camilla look so much better now. It's like, oh dude, nice. All right, let's continue with her hair. I didn't finish her hair. That's the point of like today's stream. Today's stream is so we can have all these details taken care of, you know. We'll undo. Oh, let's lock the line work again. Let's pick that color again. Let's see, now we're good. Because now we can do more highlights without having to worry about other things not working, you know? Because we already refined those other things. So it's not just a matter of like making everything kind of have a cohesive look. You know? Let me see that. Let me see that. Yeah, see, look at that. Beautiful. She looks gorgeous. Gorgeous. I'm gonna use the same one here. A little bit of a highlight for her eye. Yeah. Yeah. Let's do a quick pass on Nathan and like get rid of like these little like marks, not little dots that are kind of like buzzing about, you know? Excuse me. Let me get rid of this. Pardon me, I didn't mean to burp like that. Happened. I like this track. I wish that for certain tracks in these mixes, mid-dream put like some titles. Because I love this one. This is my jam right here. Alright, so see, I'm like kind of getting rid of some nonsense that's going on, like this one over here, that one over there. Why is it over there? Where are you from? Huh. Part of the actual color. Wow. Nope. Nope. Damn it. Undo. There you go. That was weird. It's still there though. There you go. See, like these things have to be changed, you know? They have to be fixed, you know? Huh? Where are you from? Where are you? Oh, here. Yeah. Line work, we delete this one over here again. Yeah. These two little dots, who the hell needs them, you know? And this we have to go up here and apply it properly there. Alright. Whoa. So far so good. Here we have to do something with a where are you? Yeah, you are down there. You know, like they're very like subtle things. Welcome back, Jeannie. We're doing pretty good so far. Look, this is how we have it so far. I fixed a lot of Camilla, which may or may not be noticeable, but I fixed a lot of her. I gave her some highlights in her skin. I have to give her a highlight on the leg too, actually. I forgot. How's your day progressing? Has it gotten any less crazy? Any less chaotic for you? Alright. So fine-tuning very, very small things in this piece right now. Seemingly unimportant, but also needed, you know? Now, why is that? Where are you from, buddy? No, still crazy, still chaos. You know, you're a little too patient with them, man. A little too patient in your life. There you go. So let's add more. Actually, no, yeah, let's take that out. Non-stop stupid, oh my gosh. Ginny, smack him in the face. Sometimes people need a smack across the face, you know? I think this might be one of those times. When a smack across the face is what the doctor ordered. Just go around them, around there, like, hey, what are the 5 fingers of the face? What? Slap! And that's what you get. An oldie but goodie, you know? A slap! There you go. Very, very tiny little fixes that I'm doing, but they make the picture overall look so much better. Very, very quiet. And you know, they need to be get acquainted with the 5-finger discount. Or the 5-finger reprimanding power. There you go. And this has to be here, so let's cover that up. These are little dots, man. Like little dots, I should have been not there, but that's what we're doing now. We're doing all the little fine details today. Today is a fine detail day. You know? Oh, I really want to. I love that song from the Asteroids Galaxy Tour. I mean, I love the Asteroid Galaxy Tour, period. That's one of my faves bands. A name that I used to make me feel good. Sorry, yeah, real good. My body's out for a rebound. I went to see them live 2 times. I went with one of my friends here, and we had a beer with her. They're small enough that they hang out with their fans after the show, so we had a beer with her at the bar. Pretty legit experience, man. Pretty legit. Alright, let's see what else we have to fix here. Ah. You know, this one doesn't even have a shadow, man. What the hell happened, you know? You know what to do. You're gonna get a bad fever. Yo yo. Gonna get a bad fever. What are they not doing, Genie? What's going on? Why are they so hard to understand simple concepts sometimes? What is their hang up? Is it just ego that they don't want to accept the fact that they may be wrong? Sometimes I feel like people do that. Like they just kind of like don't want to accept the fact that they're wrong, and because they don't want to accept that they're wrong, they just go with whatever else that they're doing, and they're like, yeah, this is what it is because I said it. Because I said so. That's why. And you know what, dude? No. And that's when the 5-finger have to have a word with them, you know? What did the 5-finger say to your face? What exactly? A slap. Here. Another hard shadow, you know? Go to add that here too, another shadow. Another shadow. A slap. Some people deserve a slap, man. For real. Some people deserve a slap. What is that? What's going on there? Whoa, buddy. Whoa. A not properly colored edge. That was not cool. This is why we have to do what we're doing right now. I have to make sure that everything is colored properly. I see, like, these have to be definitely dark, just black, because they're so small, first of all, and they're so much away from the actual light, that the shadow has to be very heavy here. And one way to do heavier shadows is by applying a thick black line. You know? That's how. Same thing here. See, that's why this is the purpose of this stream, to go around and identify these little areas where we need to apply just more darkness, more black. Black is everything. Put me right out of reality. It's everything I need. What's that? Time outside goes soon. The world is crashing inside out. Gently I cannot but erase the space, erase the memory. Missing time, what I don't know will never hurt me. Missing time, cannot forget, cannot remember. This information is forever. Missing time. I don't like that song. That song is dope. We can't play it because it would be another DMCA strike. You know, no. I never had an DMCA strike, but it would create cost at DMCA. Or the unable to monetize kind of bullshit, you know. I'm not gonna give any money that I could be making to another person just because I used song. And hopefully they don't treat that little attempt at singing that song. I was like, oh, that's it. The song is ours. That was a faithful reproduction of it. Like, you're giving me too much credit, buddy. Too much credit. Yeah. I appreciate it. Thanks. Neil. I'll be here all day. I'm flattered and a little bit ashamed. A little bit bashful about it. This is what we want. This is what we want. All these little lines of shadows applied to where they need to be, you know? And I'm making them part of the line work because it is part of the line work itself. You know? This over here should have another one like this. This definitely needs to be a darker, heavier line over here. You know? What's up, Junie's office? Thanks so much for liking my vocals. I appreciate you guys tolerating it. I'll be here all day. Yeah. Whoa. Now we're going to be adding a lot of these thick black lines because we need the thickness. Just like thick thighs save lives, so do thick lines, you know? It's just the law of the land. There you go. I'm gonna have to cast a bit more shadow here, so let's thicken up this line too. No? Same thing here. Just to get it going better, you know, like it'll give you a better representation of light and dark and shadow. Let me see now. Yeah, see, I really like it a lot. It's a very small changes that I'm making right now, and that's the whole point of this. Like very tiny changes for a big payout. Payoff at the end is gonna be fine. It's gonna be like, whoa, I sees it. I sees it, and I hope you see. The winter, my face gets so dry, man. My forehead is like dry. Itches now, but it's dry. Like I feel it, feel the dryness. We have to make this darker, right here. Luckily, I have another version of this saved, because otherwise I would have been like fudged. Let me see now. Let me see. Even wider. I think I'm gonna take more. I probably should have done this in a different layer, to be honest. But you know what? F it. We live and learn. We gotta jump off the deep end sometimes, you know. Otherwise, how would we know? How would we know? You know, it's already just black lines. If something went wrong, like badly wrong, I can just always. Wintertime, me too. I get very ashy in wintertime. My skin is like, where's the moisture? Yeah. Oh yeah, my skin is like, what? Why? Give me some moisture. So I have to buy a lot of lotion and cream and stuff. I use Aveeno because I'm an Aveeno fan. Aveeno is like dope. There you go. Hey, bold moves, man. Bold moves pay off well. Most of the time anyway, you know. But in this case, it's actually paying off quite handsomely. No, it's just a matter of like getting all this kind of like situated. And it always happens for me, like when I'm doing anything, my process, like as I go in on my work, I get more and more confident about making large marks here and there, you know, like kind of like this is a big chunk of black, you know. Needle stamp? I have to try it out. I mean, I've always used Aveeno and it works wonders on my skin. My skin loves Aveeno and Aveeno loves my skin, you know. Face mask thingies, I've used them every now and then. Not every now and then, to be honest. I used it like two or three times. I like them. I just never made it a point to buy anymore, but I've used them. I like those things. They do stuff. My face was definitely smooth at that time. I need something to exfoliate. That's what I need, you know. I need to exfoliate. Faux show. Faux show. Like if any guys out there, man, don't play yourself, man. You gotta get moisturized, man. A lot of guys are very reluctant to use lotion. That's a loss on your part, buddies. Lotion is essential. You gotta get your skin moisturized, man. I like to have my skin smooth, like, yeah, for exfoliating. I might have to check it out. Yeah, man, guys, hop on that moisturizing bandwagon. You won't regret it. It's an essential part of life now. Should have always been, but you know, guys, I was like, oh no, that's for girls. And, really though, really? Don't you have also skin? So how is it only for girls? Yeah, nice. That one time I did have, one of the times I used a face mask was for a facial party that I had at home. My friend came, she made mango, phenomenal mango, and then we had facial masks on. It was my friends from work at the time, and we had a facial day. And I'm telling you, my face was smooth as fudge. I was like, I love me some facials. And perverts out there, I'm not trying to say that kind of facial, right? I mean like my face being all like smooth. This mix is so good, man. God damn it, Midream. The world needs to know about Midream so Midream can make more music. Not that he doesn't, but it's just dope music, you know? Yeah, man. I'm down for facial days, man. Facials. Like, I like my skin to be smooth and healthy, you know? Like even before like facials became a thing in general, I always had lotion and like I was like, dude, I want my face and my skin to be fucking dope, you know? I want to be able to be like to have like tight skin, not like saggy faces. That's why you have saggy faces, man. If you ever see somebody with a saggy face, it's because they never moisturize themselves. That's the result of no moisturizing. If you don't want to have a saggy face, by all means, be that way. Be saggy. But then don't wonder, why am I like this? Because you know damn well why. You didn't want to use moisturizer. And that's it. And that's the reason why. Saggy face, you should have moisturized when you had a chance. Saggy face. Also rough hands, like nobody wants rough hands, man. What's your problem? Get them shits moisturized too. Ain't nobody got time for rough ass hands. Get on my face. There you go. Give me a little bit of a bone, cheekbone, you know, a little cheekbone. I mean, I guess some people like find it attractive to have like rough ass hands, like sandpaper. For you, man. Each their own, I guess. Each their own. Make this darker. Let's Verliebt. YouTube, are you like stopping my pictures because you think I'm not listening? You know, YouTube, you have to understand the point of music is for you just to passively consume it, not me clicking away and like, hey, I'm still listening. You know? Boop, 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 boop. Boom, chicka-dum, 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 chicka-dum. No? Boop, 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 boop. So now we're doing the opposite of what we did here with the white lines. We're here doing it with the black lines. So we can add more of a contrast to the hair. And again, we're going wild because it's like not even another layer. Pretty good. Song Austin, thanks for asking. There you go. This is like the bold move stream, you know? Because we gotta make some bold moves, bold alterations to the actual drawing. Things that may feel a little bit scary, you know? Like I'm a little bit nervous about all this that I'm doing right now. I'm not gonna lie. But it has to be done. You have to always keep in mind that drawings, all of them have an ugly stage, man. All your damn drawings are gonna have an ugly stage. It just gets better the more you accomplish, you know, the more you get done. It's like, you know what? On a second thought, this looks kind of nice. And it should look kind of nice. But you're not going to get to that unless you make these bold decisions, you know? Oh man, I'm gonna see if I can get this printed too so I can have it on my wall. On my wall. Anybody wants to get a print too, you know, I'm gonna see where I can get a print made. And if you guys want a print, you can get a print for yourselves. Because I'm gonna get a print for show. Faux show. Getting a print. Faux showness. These are some bold lines, man. Bold lines. And I mean bold lines, man. Like let's see how it looks so far. That way, let's see what kind of like damage we've done. What have we done? Oh no, it looks good, it looks good. I think definitely this part right here definitely needs some like blackness. Right here, this blackness right here needs some blackness. We're gonna get to the blackness there. We might even push this blackness further out. Add more black here. Maybe here too. That's why you can have that crunch a munch, you know, crunch a munch lines. I feel like I'm getting closer and closer to attaining the look that I was after, you know. And I'll show you what I was trying to attain in a bit, but I feel like I am getting closer to that goal. So I want to have that cut up there, maybe. But if I have that cut, I have to get this darker here. Like just bit of black here, yep. Some bold shading going on. Oh no, what is that? Where do we make that line? Where are you from? On highlights. That's fine, it's fine. It's fine. Woo! That was scary though, that was scary. That's what I get for like drawing where the light is coming from, you know? What a bunch of malarkey. That's what happens, that's what happens. Oh, oh. Let me stand up and like stretch because I have to stretch. Oh man. The stretchiness works. Let's have a drink of water. Staying hydrated is a must. A must. I must increase my bust. That's from the Lords of Acid. If anybody knows Lords of Acid, that's their song. Well, one of their songs. Let's save this as another copy because I'm not gonna fuck it up with another one, you know? Save as V4. That's right, we've had 4 versions of this. They're just like different stopgaps, so I don't have to like worry about it. So if I mess up something, it's like, ah, well, too bad. Let's revert back to the other one, you know? But so far, I think I've made the right decisions and it's paying off pretty well, you know? This definitely has to be darker though, like thicker dark. Yeah. The face, I'm gonna leave it like that though. Like I'm not gonna make too much on it because I don't want to make the face look too old. Because again, the more you do to the face, the older it looks. And I don't want to age Nathan. Let's give it a thicker here too, thicker lines of black everywhere. To be honest, I didn't expect myself to go this bold with my lines. I was, you know what, fuck it. Might as well jump in. Jump into the deep end. Might as well. What's the worst that could happen? Right? What's the worst that could happen? Because even if I have to do it again, I still learn from it, you know, so it's not a waste in any respect, you know. So as long as I get something out of it, which I always do, you know, like when you try something new, you always get something out of it because you learn. So take the risk, man. Just jump in, bucket up, bucket in. Let me begin. You know. You know, squeegee, squeegee, squeegee. I still want that, but it should be a little bit lower, like over here. Whoa, whoa, what was that? All right, let's do some more bold marks here. This is gonna be nerve-wracking right here. This is gonna be like why? Because it's gonna be so big, and And we might have to do so big. Wait. Undust. There you go. I was drawing with a brown, and it should be black. Alright, here we go. Here we go. It's happening. Oh, I need that as a sound. It's happening with Anakin, like, no, it's working. When Anakin repairs his pod racer, and he's like, it's working. That's when I have to flip. Sadly, the sound effects only work for Twitch, so we can't use him in the YouTube-ness. Sad but true, YouTube-ness doesn't allow you to have sound effects. Or maybe it does. Maybe I have to have like another instance of Streamlabs chat bot. Now this one for sure I need to have a bird's eye view for this, because if not, I'm not gonna know what I'm doing wrong. You know what also helped me get to this point? The practice that I've been doing copying comic books. I've been like drawing from comic book references, and that's been pretty good at helping me be more comfortable with like these black marks. I don't know if I want to do that though, no. But definitely copy stuff, like learn from things that are already out there. Because that for sure has helped me a lot. Meh. This is why I didn't rotate it, and that's why it happened, because I didn't rotate it. That's what I meant. Floop, floop. You know? That's a bold move there, you know? Still kind of like iffy about this area. As you can see, I have a mess here, but we can fix it, you know? Hold on. Let me open up my pure reference. Oh, this is what I was doing. Let me see. You see it? You guys don't see it now. No. That's fine, because you guys, you're not missing out on anything, though. Don't save. So this is what I'm trying to imitate. This one, that kind of style, that kind of like shading feel. That's why I'm doing these lines now, trying to achieve that dramatic lighting, dramatic like shading from like kind of like vintage horror film posters of some. Oh wait, that's why. I'm gonna try my best to achieve that, you know? We may not even succeed, you know? But if we can get halfway there, that's already good enough, you know? Oh, today should be another... I'll return to Mike's stream. Yeah, man. Yeah. Yes, yes. This is looking spiffy, actually, you know? Like, it's getting there, it's getting there. It needs work, obviously, but it's getting there. We're getting stuff done. We're kind of like approaching the targeted style of shading that I want. So, I'm not complaining. I'm not complaining at all. At all. At all. You know? Whoa. Whoa, what was that? Alright, let's make it a little bit smaller. Maybe not, you know? This part right here, hold on. I need to get this out of the way. Get out the way, get out the way. Move, itch, get out the way. That's a song. Don't hate the person. That's literally what a song says. I didn't say it with like it's colorful language, but that's a song. Alright, so let's get rid of this because we don't want it. I don't want you no more. That one in the back, yeah. Delete it. Delete it. Alright. So now we're gonna go and try to make this better. Because it was not good at all. But we'll try our best. I think I can just make solid shapes, you know, solid. Because this right here, let me put it bigger. Nah, so that goes like that. And like, I don't have any choice, you know, this stream is for me to finish this today. It's because we've done every other step already and all we have left is the shadows and highlights. And I've done most of the highlights already. All we have to do is highlights for Dracul. But Dracula, it's easy to highlight. And this, on the other hand, this process right here, this shit right here, this shit right here. This shit's called death. Yeah, I just... Oh man, Cat Williams is funny, man. Cat Williams is funny. Or was funny, I don't know, man. I haven't watched him in a while, so... I'm coming from like back in the days, you know? This shit right here is called death. Death? I got shit work to do today, man. Back in my day, Cat Williams was funny. Again, I don't know if he's funny still now. I haven't watched him, so I'm just kind of like making fun, you know? Just fooling around like a fool. Okay. This area is the one that's fucking me up, man. And this area is fucking me. This over here, I'm kind of happy with it. I'm not stressed about it. It's like, all right, makes sense. It's all gravy. It's all good. But over here, man, our friend over here, this area right here, oof, oof. You know? No text. All right, I'm just finding lines. You know, that's why if I'm saying too much, it's just because you can see what I'm doing. It's a very repetitive task. Just looking for the damn lines, making sure that things look fine, that they look believable. It's just a matter of like going over and over and over again until it makes sense. I might just let it be after about a while and then move on to another place so I can come back to it, because otherwise, oof, I'm gonna get bored. I'm gonna get irritated. I'm gonna get anxious. You know, it's just a mess. So we may have to move on to another area. Maybe visit our friend Dracula and hang out with him for a bit. No? Yeah, we're just gonna leave that thing there. Otherwise, I'm gonna be way too stressed about it, and that's not what I want. Otherwise, the other places look kind of hot, you know? Like, in general, he looks kind of hot. Yeah, see, he's kind of like a lot more like drama going on with a shadow here in the neck. It's accentuating the light source a bit more without needing to add more any more highlights than we already have. You know, there's a better sense of direction as far as like the light, and this really doesn't look that bad, to be honest. But I'm just gonna move on, because otherwise, oof. Let's do highlights on Mr. Dracul first. Let's work on the highlights, because the highlights are easy. They're just hunky-dory, chilling. We don't have to worry about too much. We just have to make sure that we have a fat brush. We need a fat brush, you know? Fat brush. There you go. Yeah. Sure. Sure, I like it. Yep, I like it. Yep, I like it. Nope. Sure. You see, like these are like simple marks, you know? Like, that's why I was like, you know what, now I gotta get out of that shadow. Otherwise, it's gonna be way too frustrating, and that doesn't do anything good for anybody, you know? That's why I recommend kind of jumping around your image. Don't like fixate on one aspect for too long. That's not gonna do you any good. It's not gonna help your stuff look any better. Just hop around, you know, hop around, hop around. Hey, buddy, hop around. Boom, boom. Sure enough. Did you now? If you're still there, you got me saying show enough. Show enough, you got me saying show enough. Yeah, alright. Now let's just make the thingy smaller, the brush size. And we're going in. We're going in here. Adding a little bit of like highlights on the eyebrows. From the eyebrows, we're gonna go to the mustache. So you go to mustache. Needs highlights. You know, the beardness. Let me see now. Yeah. Let's move it up. Okay, that's good enough. Because here we don't have to put anything here. Like there's no highlights for hair there. We just have to let the hair bleed onto it. Alright. Now let's add the hair, the highlight for the cara. For the face. And he's a little bit easier to highlight in the face because he is aged, you know, he's an old man. A very sexy old man, but an old man nonetheless. So we can use the bone structure to have the highlights live on. And that's gonna be good enough, you know. Like look, we're already like halfway done with his face. Okay. You say? No, that should be here. Yeah. Nope. Sure. Go enough. That's the extent of his highlights, pretty much, actually. The face, anyway. The ear needs another highlight out here. Come on. The ear needs highlights in the proper way. Sure. Alright, now let's save it. Let's go to the line work. We're gonna pick black again, and we're gonna start shading him, like giving him the thicker lines where we need him. Because this is where we're gonna have like the drama happen, you know? The drama comes from the use of black to do the shadows. And black is a powerful shade. If Spock worked there, he would quit. Damn. I see no logical reason to stay here anymore. I've tried all I can, but people still refuse to understand. Goodbye. And then Spock Beyoncé. He's like, I'm out. I'm out, bitches. Alright, so see, again, same process as before. Just kind of like finding where these shadows are. And I'm going to town with the black, you know? It's like, it's rough, but you have to use a lot of black. Which is what I have to get better at, because I'm very bad at using like full black shapes, you know? I always opt for like gradients and stuff like that, more cross hatchiness. But I like the look of like very thick lines of shadow. So in order for me to achieve that, I got to do it. What can they understand, Genie? What's going on? Why can they understand simple concepts? You know, are they simple concepts? I'm pretty sure. And if they're not that simple, I'm pretty sure you did a pretty damn good job at explaining them. But, you know, such is life and such is the case of people sometimes. Whoa. What's the matter with you? Slap again. It might seem like a very violent person, but I'm not. Not violent person at all. But some people do need to be slapped. Do be needing a slap to the face. Itty bitty waist, you know. Itty bitty. I like big boys, itty bitty boys, Mississippi boys. That song is what got me to make a TikTok, because there was a girl that made like a video for that, and she looked so damn animated. I was like, oh, that's just dope. So I got into it because at the time my Twitterverse, because I only follow artists and game developers, right? And I was like, holy shit, look how she moves. And all us artists were like, whoa, whoa, whoa. And then I started following her. And then I just started following more people on TikTok. And shortly after, I was following a bunch of people on TikTok. I've yet to make TikTok things, because I don't know, man. TikTok is not my jam. As far as like making stuff for it, you know, but like the content there is like useful. Like I've learned stuff there. I found websites that I needed for like references from there. Like TikTok is a wealth of knowledge, and if you know what to look for, you know. Yes, there are a lot of like women, just like scantily clad women, but amongst all of that, there's also people that are trying to give you some knowledge. Some legit knowledge, you know. Amongst all the scantily clad women, there is knowledge to be had. I mean, who could complain about getting knowledge with a side of hotness on the side, you know? Like, oh, I learned this. Nice. Now let me look at some hot women. Yeah? Good, it's good. I'm not gonna deny it. It's just what it be. It be what it be, you know? Ooh, ooh. Ba ba beep boop. Alright, let's get this. Oh yeah, much easier. Much easier. You know? But like hiding, I mean shading necks is easier. Because for necks or anything like in the body, you just follow the muscle structure, you know? But for like cloth and stuff, it's like oof, a wee bit harder. Ba ba beep boop, ba ba beep boop. Boop boop beep. Ba ba beep boop. To the G, which is this. To the P, which is the pen. What does F do? See, F doesn't do anything. I don't know why they put it on G. I mean, G, I know why, because if the first selection is gradient, and then G after that is the bucket, but oh, excuse me. Ah, there you go. El crack. El craqueo of my shoulder, not shoulder, elbow. Whoa. Yeah, look at that, look at that. That's a good shadow right there. That's a good shadow right there. Raher. I had to push this one further down, you know. Just a wee bit further down, you know. Make it look a spiff. Make it look as beef. I'm quite happy with how everything's coming out. You know, bearing the complicated sections that we have down there with Nathan's jacket of sorts. But we'll get it. We'll get it. We'll get it. You know? Foo. That's fine. GG. There you go, GG's. GG-ness. That's mental. Nope. Let's make this lower, make it smaller. We can keep a little bit of this, like a little bit of like a line, right? Then we can make another shadow here. But always keeping like a little bit of like a rim light. Now with the GG, oop, then P again, and make it bigger. Like no, I'll make it right up the other head and make it ass like a guy up in yada. Yeah, there you go. because, you know, he has to cast the shadow on his, like, shirt too, you know. It's actually not looking that bad. I just have to make sure that it looks good close up, because from afar, yeah, it works. When you go here, ooh, what is that? What is that? You know? That's a big, big brush. Well, that's not even what I want. I want that one. That one. We were in the crayon. In the crayon. Crayon. That's like a reference to like Blackstreet. Where's it play on? Where's that crayon? Hey. Fine. See if I make any reference again. Okay, man, such a dope vibe. Yesterday I made some banging baked potatoes, and people loves it, you know. My moms, my brothers, my grandma, no, because my grandma had already eaten before. Because I cooked after I streamed, you know. So if I cook after I stream, it's too late for my grams. Because my grams is an old lady, you know. So she has to have her food at a certain time. But I made some banging baked potatoes, man. Phenomenal. And I used bacon this time, and it was delicious. Oops, sorry, I made a mistake. Not made a mistake, but I made a boo-boo and I hit the microphone. So I'm sorry for hitting the microphone, guys. Let's go back here. Let's get rid of that. Blah, blah. Hey man, like a dope vibe, man. Also have to give Carmilla her highlight here. Wait, are we using the pencil? Yes, we're in the pencil a little bit slower. I mean, slower, smaller. And like a hot spot here, you know. Maybe a little too harsh. So let's go back here. Yeah, there you go, much better. And then for the for her thigh, we already had a color for her skin, so we just kind of took it from the top, you know. There you go. There he is. Blah, you know, no. Sometimes I go nuts, you know. Sometimes I go nuts. Whew. Just making these kind of push down a bit more. But not getting rid of the tips, you know, like the tips have to still kind of show up. Just like slowly kind of pushing down shadows, accentuating certain areas, like here. GGness, GGness. Here in the on the nose, definitely need some shadows here. Same thing here, like little nooks where like shadows would like. GG, let me see now how it looks. Kinda, not bad. Let's check it out. Music Austin. The Austin that lives in the song. That's Midream's name, Austin. Because we are Midream. I'm glad that I have saved like different versions of this drawing. But like I have different versions of it saved in like a full image. So when I'm completely done with it, I want to see like the progression of it, like from sketch final product, you know. Let's check this out. But I'm definitely like being a lot more careless than I usually am. Just because, like I said, I didn't make another layer for this type of line, so I'm just using the same layer as the line work. I probably would have used another different line and just added to it so I can get rid of it, but I was like, you know what? No. Why? I don't know. I was just daring like that, you know? I was just like, you know what? Let's defy logic. Let's defy what I would do and just go wild. Buck wild. No, maybe not buck wild, but you know what I mean. A lot more risky than I would have done before. let's live on the edge a little bit, you know what I mean? Let's live on the edge and see what happens. Like I said, I have a bunch of other not a bunch of other, but I do have other checkpoints, so I can easily go and get a copy of the line layer from another save state. You know, because I'm not necessarily going all out and like in wildness and it's just like, fuck this. No, these are all calculated risks, you know. That's what I'm doing right now, calculated risks. Like I know I have a fail safe, you know. Right? That Adam's apple, man. Like this guy is like the man beast, man. I'm telling you, my grandma thinks that he's very handsome. He's like, oh, this guy looks like a handsome man. Like you know, you can tell he's a man. He's like, you know how like some guys sometimes look feminine? No, he looks like a man. I'm like, yeah, grandma, get it. He's like, he's a fan of this Dracula. Come on, just get it, get it. Let's look it up. Yeah, man, this guy looks sexy. Sassy. He looks sassy. I think I'm gonna put some like thicker lines on his hair too, like in general, just because, you know. Just because now that we have so many like thick shadows, I also have to reflect that in like the texture of the hair. Can you run away? Sure. Listen, Ginny, I'm not kidding. Sometimes you have emergencies. Listen, an emergency came up, my hubby's not feeling well, and I gotta go pick him up. You know? I'm just saying, Ginny. I'm just saying. Sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do, you know? Listen, they're not. Your job is not gonna care as much as you're caring for the job, you know. That's right, office. I said it. I said it, office. You're hearing. I don't know if they're hearing or not, but still. I learned that you know your job is not gonna care for you, man. Because whenever we used to work for Nespresso, and my manager was there, Tina. She cared for us. When she was gone, Nespresso doesn't give a shit, man. He was like, fuck you guys. Hell yeah, you got to work 50 hours. So you know what? No. I ain't doing it. I'm not gonna bust my ass for you guys anymore. Fuck your couch. And sometimes you just gotta do that. Fuck your couch. Bounce. I should never you giving you money. Boom, 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 boom. Bum ba bum ch bum bum ch bum ba bum ch bum bum ba bum ch bum bum. Wah, there you go. Wah. Kinda, sort of. Yeah, there you go. There you go, man. Excuse me, sir. Why are you like slowing down on me? I feel like we shouldn't do too much more to Mr. Dracul. I have something in my throat, man. Let me do his hair though. Thank you. I really can't wait to see it finished. I can't wait to have it done so I can see if I can order a print, man. Because you best believe I'm gonna hang it on my walls. You best believe it. I said it. I said it. I didn't stutter. Man, come on. This on the wall is gonna be dope as shit. One of my favorite games. To have a poster that looks dope of my favorite game and I made the poster? Whoa. Wild. Wild. I'm trying to now. Maybe I'm not gonna put this kind of like dark lines over here because it's such a like a minute thing. Maybe here though, just so we can have like more darknesses. No. And I have to get a little break. Hold on. Let me slouch my chair. Sometimes it's good, like to just kind of slouch down your chair. It's kind of nice. Hold on. There you go. Which is good. That was good, man. I feel like a lot more like. Oh. There you go, but we need more of this. Yeah. Such a good mix, man. Again, you know, if you like the music that you're listening to while we're drawing, please give a follow to. They're always very, very, very talented and fucking dope guy all around, man. Mr. Midream. I'm gonna have a link in the description when it becomes a which one call it a video, but in the meantime, that's a link for Midream because Midream is fucking amazing. He deserves all the notoriety that he can get, man. Like I'm a fan of his work, man. I don't think I'm liking this. It is what it is. Trial and error. You try something, doesn't work, move on. You know. Art is hard, man. Sometimes I'm like, yo, what the shit is this? What am I doing? It's hard. It's mucho hard sometimes. You know? I wouldn't stop doing it. For no money in the world would I ever stop doing art. But it's hard sometimes, man. It's like, damn, dude, damn, this is hard. It's constant puzzle solving sometimes, man. Like, what? Wait, what? There? And there's no like key to follow, you know. And it's like strictly based on what you know. The more you know, the easier it becomes. But this definitely needs to be darker, though. Art be tripping sometimes, you know? Like this poster altogether has taken about 18 hours. Just about. Give or take, you know? Dependent. Well, we can see how long the streams are, because I literally do all the progress on stream, so I will have, well, except for the 2 hours and a half that I did when I didn't know I was not live. That was 2 hours and a half, like, lost in the nether as far as like footage goes, but I did do those 2 hours and a half of work. So however long the streams have taken, plus the 2 hours and a half that I lost, that's how long this picture has taken so far. Could it have been done faster? Maybe. But I'm not there, you know? I'm not there. That's why, man, support your friends that are artists. Don't ask for free stuff. That's not how you support your friends. You don't support your friends by free stuff. And I'm not talking about people, you know, I offer certain people that mean a lot to me for free stuff. But if you're like, hey, I know this dude I used to talk to. Let me see if he's doing art. I can ask him for it. If the artist itself gives you something for free, then fine. But you to ask for it free? Rough. Rough, dude. Like I have like literally 2 people, no 3 people that I do stuff because they're my friends and they've done enough for me that I'm never gonna be able to charge them for it. So that's my call, you know. Not because they ask for free stuff, you know. So if your friend artist gives you something for free, then sure. But don't expect them to be free. Because art is hard. Es mucho difícil. Super fun though, super fun. These shadows definitely gonna have to come out a lot further out, just because of how deep this is, and how little light it receives, you know. Ugh. Whoa. Eh. Eh. The only bad part is like I have the light here right in my face, right? So then I can't really see the dark level of the screen. All right, fair enough. Because the light from the lamp is fighting the light from the monitor, so then I see more of the glare in my eye than I see the monitor in some areas where when they're too dark. You know? Blue, blue, blue. Am I there? Am I alive? Does it feel? Yeah, I am alive. All right. I always have to keep an eye on like my levels. Sometimes, you know, like it doesn't pick up, or I spoke. Wow, I speak too low sometimes, and it just kind of like doesn't pick up enough of my voice. This one again, we're kind of like back on Nathan because we have to finish Nathan regardless. Like I like to procrastinate within my own drawing, but eventually I have to do what I have to do, you know. Because some procrastination is part of the process. And don't get me wrong, I do procrastinate and it's just what it is. But eventually you gotta do it, you know. Procrastination with no progress is bad. But if you procrastinate just to get your mindset right, go for it, do what you gotta do, boo. But if you procrastinate and then you just procrastinate and that's all you do, procrastinate, then something's wrong, broskies. Something's wrong. No. Procrastination is only good if you can get rid of it, if you can get out of it afterwards. But if you just stick to the procrastination, then you're like, oh man, I procrastinated all day, I didn't do anything. Then you gotta do something about it, man. You gotta do something about your habits. You gotta do something about your discipline. Because a lot of creative stuff is purely discipline based. Not even skill based, just like purely discipline. You gotta be disciplined enough to show up, and then do stuff. Sometimes it's not just showing up. Sometimes you have to show up and do stuff. Well, most of the time you have to show up and do stuff. Because if you're gonna show up and not do anything, might as well not show up at all, you know? But I do stuff, you know? Like me working on these little things now, it's me procrastinating. This is the type of procrastination that I do, you know? Me not wanting to do what the shading on the cape is me procrastinating. Because, you know, I don't wanna. I know I have to do it, but I don't wanna. I don't wanna get there yet. So I'm like, ooh, but look, I have to do this now. And I just do this instead, you know? Because this is like a dope part too, you know? And look, you can't even tell what I'm doing, I think. It's so dark. But it's there, and it has to have the shadows properly placed, you know? And so even though it's very, very dark and very hard to see, like in a print it would come out. In a print you would be able to see that there's no shadows here if I don't apply shadows. So even though it's seemingly invisible what I'm doing, like it looks like there's nothing going on, it's there. You have to like keep an eye on it and pay attention. Pay attention and give it attention. And now I don't even know what's going on myself there. I trust that it's covered. Yeah. Yeah. No, this is not that. Alright, that's good, that's good. Yep, yep. I'm excited to see this done too, man. I'm so excited, so hyped. So freaking hyped to see this finished. And I'm fighting myself to like rush it, you know, like I'm not gonna rush it. But believe you me, man, there's a large part of me that wants to just rush just because I want to see it. But I'm like, no. Do not rush, young Padawan. You got to get it to the point of like dopeness that it needs. And the only way you can get that level of like quality is to spend time. And give it time, allow your artwork to flourish. You know? Because when you're not around, the only thing that's gonna have anything to say about you is your work. Yeah. You may not be around, but people are gonna be like, yo, this is a dope poster. Who the fuck did it? Vort, what? Look at this guy, yeah. You can see he spent so much time doing details here. And even if they don't mention the details, that you spending time on the details will show in the quality of your work. You know? There you go. There you go, making it better. I'm telling you, this whole like light is not helping much. I'm gonna have the light off for a bit just because I'm looking for areas in this that I have to darken, and the light is not helping. So I'm gonna be a little bit dark for now, just because I need to be able to see in the dark. Like you guys might have been able to see more than I was, because you guys were looking at the screen directly and I was looking at the screen through the light. So I was like, what's going on? And at the end of the day, you guys are not here to see my face, you're here to see the work, you know? There you go. Foop, 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 foop. Here we have to also kind of cover it up. Had I known that Clip Studio Paint had added time-lapse recording, I would have done it for this, but I didn't find out until after the fact, so we don't have the time-lapse recording of this. But it's fine. We're going to be making so many other projects that those will have time-lapse. Because time-lapse recording from the actual software, dope. You know? Because it makes it look nice. From the get-go. Alright, so that's better-ish. Much better, man. So far, this is coming out dope. Even if I do say so myself, I feel like it's coming out pretty hot. Pretty hot. So, despite of anybody else, I think that it's hot. You may agree to disagree, but I feel by all accounts it's coming out pretty hot. Fucking Austin, man. Ah, my fucking shoulders. I'm gonna have to get a massage so badly. Because my shoulder's like, help me! That's how my shoulders are right now. Excuse me. I'm not even like sitting slouchy either, like I'm pretty straight up. It's just that I feel like my desk in general is not like properly set for long hours of digital drawing. What happened? I almost thought that we were frozen there for a sec. But we didn't freeze. Alright. Yeah. Slowly adding little details. This was the name of the game today. I knew what I was getting into today. You know, I came in, and if you saw the title of the stream, it's like shadows and final tweaks. This is all part of that. This is all part of that. This is all part of the shadows and final tweak. Shadows and Final Tweaks, a new production from Gore. Imagine if like it was like an album that I was making, it was called Shadows and Final Tweaks. Not a bad name. I'm just saying. Oh, I like this part right here. Check it out, check it out. Ready? Ready? Brace yourself, brace yourself. coming. It's coming. It's happening. It's happening. Brace your fucking selves. They're gonna rock. Yeah. Told you it was happening. Told you it was happening. Yeah. I was online. It was happening. Okay, okay. So good. Like I came in today not knowing what I was gonna look at, you know? I got an idea. I was like, yeah, I have to use a lot of blacks and stuff like that to get what I want. But I wasn't sure what I was gonna do. I was gonna tackle it. I was like, you know, just roll with the punches. Here we are, you know. Little one? My dog is there just hanging out, chilling. I think she wants to go back out. There you go. Better luck, okay, fine. I was gonna text my brother and sister to get the dog out. Because she wanted to go out, you know? Yeah, we're gonna do that. We're gonna get rid of a little bit of a sliver of like shadow at the end right here. Only because this is made out of like some sort of like metal, right? So the metal, regardless of how dark it is, you're gonna have a little bit of rim light on the back. So you kind of have to like account for that, depending on how much realism you want or how meticulous you want to be. I mean, it's all up to you. Like anything art related, it's all up to like how much you want to commit to it. You know, just a matter of preference whether you want something to be a certain way or not, you know, because anything is going to take a certain amount of time. It depends on how willing you are to spend that amount of time doing what you want to achieve, you know. So as long as you're okay with how long you're going to take as long as you can eat, you know. On the do. There you go. Let me see. Yeah, see, that's better. That's like the little lines work fine. Same thing on this one. So we're gonna do this. We're gonna go. Is it still there? Yeah. So let's move this up a bit. Let's zoom in a little bit more. No. Yeah. That was wild. That was wild. Not gonna lie. Yeah, that's something better. That's better. You know, better and better. We might even have to do a little bit of a highlight in the middle. Yep. Let's go to the highlight layer. And let's pick out that color. Floop. Let's make it a little bit less intense. Like do these, you know. And then let's see how that looks. Kind of hot. All right, fair enough. Let's leave that there. What do we do? I mean, there's a lot to do, but let me see what I need to yeah, the mountain. Let me look up a reference though, because I need a reference for this. Yeah, reference for this bullshit. No, I mean it's not bullshit, but you know. Let's goggle it up. Goggle it. Cliffs illustrate art. Cliffside. No man, come on, I gotta go cliffy. And the reason why I'm looking at art rather than actual cliff references is because I want to see the simplification of the cliff. Like, I don't want to do the simplification at the moment. I want to have a reference of somebody that simplified it. Japanese, sure, Japanese art is pretty good to look at for like simplifications because they do use a lot of inks and simple like shapes and whatnot. So the Japanese are good. Not at this point actually, but you know. Oh, here it is. Perfecto. All right, cool. So let's keep going. Yeah, all right. Okay. So yep, let's go. Okay. We have to make sure that it's very close up here. Let's pick the papel, the paper, the pen. As a papel, because paper with P, you know, and I was like, haha, pale. PayPal. I was doing it with a crayon and on the wrong layer. So we gotta make sure that we get like a cliff kind of like texture going, you know? And that's only gonna happen if we do these little marks. Yes, here we go. There's what I want. Even better. Alright, so we do have to do these little things. Little hashies, you know? Cross hashing is kind of cool. I mean, I love cross hashing, and that's my jam for sure. But see, I like that. I like how that looks. So that looks dope. But before we do that, I'm gonna have to make sure that I do all of the vertical lines first, and then we'll proceed to do the little cross hatching. Oh no, yeah, absolutely. Thank you. Sometimes you gotta sing it out loud, Ginny. You know, sometimes sing it out loud. Also, Ginny, you're one of those people that I will never charge, because you know I told you. So don't think that whenever I say something about pricing and whatnot, it never applies to you. You can always remove yourself from that equation, because you're a special person to me. So you don't go with the normies, man. When I speak about stuff like that, it's for the normies, you know. And you're not normies. I hope you know that by now. Just because I see a lot of stuff on Twitch sometimes, or like in Instagram, or with people in general. Got some cheers, nice. I see a lot of stuff on Instagram, and you know, or in Twitch in general. It's like, damn, dude. These people, so entitled. For those out there that are also low-key entitled, you know, I try to like be like, yo, nah, dude, nah. This is coming out good, man. I'm like really happy with how it's going on. Like these little cross hatchies are doing this thing, man. Like it gives me life, because I love doing cross hatchies. My whole like thing why I love ink is because of cross hatching. Granted, this is just hatching, it's not cross hatching, because we're not crossing anything. But it's enough to give you a better, like it gives that picture a little bit of a more of a grungy feel, and it's in line with how I started. Like the whole line work, everything's been very like crunchy, and that's what I like. I want the crunchiness to come through. So to make the crunchiness come through, we have to make sure that we use a crunchy line, and then we can do these. See? You know, yeah, no. Crunchies are life. These are all like these seemingly unimportant details that do give a lot of like feel to the piece. I mean, you can argue that this is definitely noticeable because there's a lot of it going on, but you know, look at that, way better, way better. And it's something like it's a secondary thing, you know. It's like so much in the bottom, like nobody even like calling attention to it, but it's there, you know, and it has to be tended to. So I have to do my best to make it look its best. Every little piece counts, every little part. Some are more important than others, obviously, but like I said, repeating myself, as a whole, the sum of all these details make a big impact on the piece. You got to, you know, give it the time that it needs. There you go. It is dope. The dope is dope is dope. It's a true statement. The dopest thing is dope. So the dope is dope. It's dope. I designed a sticker for that. I'm gonna have to like release it. That way all you dope people can be dope. Because you too might be the dopest dope. And therefore you are dope. You know? Oh man, I'm so happy that I'm adding these. So this is like making me live again. This is giving me the heebie-jeebies in a good way. The heebie-jeebies. Hibbity-jibbities, hibbity-jibbities. Here the lines have to originate from the bottom because it's dark in the bottom. It's darker in the bottom than it is on the top, so you have to originate the lines from the bottom to the top. And that will give you a more believable setting. So it needs a lot of work in there, but there you go. Whoa. I have to get this bigger. Because we had to get rid of this thing there, and we had to make sure that everything looks nice. And now there's cross hatching because it's going across. Or it was just hatching. And I'm not being like funny, it literally is cross hatching once you cross. Otherwise you just hatch. Fucking A, fucking A. There you go, man. Look at that. This is looking beautiful. Beautiful. May not need to cross hash that out, but let me see here. So here we need to make sure that we have like these little like nooks of like shadow, you know? Be a bit more accentuated here and there. You know, just to add a bit of a random feel and like give it more texture, you know? And I literally just, I'm like kind of scribbling, you know? Scribbly scrabble. Making sure that there's a lot of like darkness in certain areas, and then just call it a day, you know, move on with the next. That's too much. There you go. Here, I don't know, man. I think I have to do at least crossing like crashes like this at least. Not flat out like full on black like we've been doing for the characters, but I definitely think I have to do a level of cross hashiness just to put it in line with everything else, because this looks too smooth, you know. So now it's more of a matter of trying to retain the crunchy texture all throughout, not because I want to do any shadows that are too harsh here. Yeah. But you notice I'm not like being precious about it. I'm just kind of throwing lines here and there, keeping a similar angle to what I'm doing on the other side, so everything looks cohesive. You know? So kind of the same angle all throughout. Let's look at how it's going. Kind of like it. But we're still too close to the ugly state of things, you know? Yeah, man. Thanks, Austin. It is pretty cool. And Austin is mid-dream. Think again. There you go. Now, okay, I will. Exciting news, excite me, so I'm excited now. Ah. That shoulder. So tense. Ah. Okay, that was good. That was good. That was massively tense. I'm gonna have to do some massaging going on. I have like, well, my brother got this massage thing from his girlfriend, and it's good, man. It works so well. I'll hug Perla. Yeah, Perla's away out of there. Let me hug her. I always hug her, so I'll make sure that one of my hugs are in your name, you know? She's a lovable little like ball of fur. ¿Qué te pasa, agua? Fair enough. Let's see how that looks. Yeah, I kind of like it, kind of don't, but it's alright. It's alright. It's alright. It's okay. It's all good. It's alright. F all day, F all night. If you never done in it, we be clubbing. It's another we be clubbing. 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 We would be clubbing, but no, we can't be clubbing. God damn it. We be clubbing. Clubbing we be. Like this part doesn't even have to have too many details because it is supposed to be like being the shadows being cast by the light that's right behind it. And when things are so close to the source of light, the shadows are just straight up black. And I didn't plan out how this looks, so that's why I'm not making any more like detailed shadows, I guess. I don't know. I just thought of it in my head as a flat shape. That's on me, you know, but it's true. Like I don't have any sort of idea how this landscape looks back here. I'm guessing it looks like this, you know? Like I didn't account for this step of the way. This is the way. Other way? No, the other way. Let's go the other way with the way. Y no te hagas el way. You know, it's a multifaceted term, you know? We can show you the way to the way. But don't become the way. I'll show you the way. There you go. I do look. I do like how this is looking now. It's a bunch of like random shit lines here, but it's enough, you know. It's enough to like give your brain something to look at and put shit together, you know. And as a people, we like to put stuff together on our own. So, like that's like our brains like just want to be the ones that figure shit out. So let people figure shit out. Whoa, what was that? What was that? I want to rotate this, man. Floop floop. Mucho exciting news. As per Genie Bobini. Genie Bobini, banana fana for fini, fa for Genie. Genie. Yeah, man. I have to shout out Austin when I post this. I'm like, yo, shout out to Austin on my dream for having some dope music that we listened to the entire process. Through the entire process, we've listened to Mid-Dream. Mid-Dream. We kind of were dreaming all this time. Now here we are in the waking life. It's so messy, like so messy. But I don't want it to be solid either. You know, I don't want it to be like a solid black. I want it to be messy. So it be what it be, you know? Does it look messy? Sure enough. But will it work? Sure enough, you know? Show enough, show enough, show enough, show. I'm going delirious, so dangerous. Sometimes you do get a little bit cookie when you draw a lot, you know? I feel like you have to have like a little bit of madness in you. Madness? This is art! No? I haven't listened to the soundtrack. Wow. Okay. I haven't listened to the Tron re-release with the new tracks yet. But they have 9 new tracks, and I am psyched. Well, yesterday and today, when it was released, I was doing already stream, and if I'm streaming, I'm not listening to copyrighted music, you know? So tomorrow, well, later today I will. However, later today I also want to play more Proteus. Proteus is a dope game. Dope is dope. Is that the end of mix 2? Man. Quite a thing, you know. Now we're headed to mix 3. Volume 3, man. Shout out to Mid-Dream, man. What was that? What the was that? Alright. Hey, sometimes I go a little bit cookie and I fight with my drawings, you know? Alright, so now let's see how it looks. Kinda okay, kinda okay. I'm definitely gonna put more black. Yeah, and take these lines further out. Yeah. Yeah, so the the little like the main shadows, like where things are like very close to the castle, they're gonna have that rough texture, but as it goes out, it's not. What we're gonna do now is gonna really refine this with a thicker black line on the bottom, so we can have a clear division as to where the ground is. Kind of pull from the bottom up, and then it should like solidify more of what's going on, you know, like it'll give a better purpose or a clearer message to what's going on with all this noisy background. So you're in keeping with this like textured thing, that's why I made it noisy. Because I wanted to have like a cliff kind of looking going on thing here, so figured if I kept it noisy, you would be a lot better off like that. Yeah, see, like that. What the? Yeah. I'm still not like that dark. I turned off the light though. But yeah, it's still good. Still good. Still go ravey. Undo first of all, and then move in. Because we now gonna have to do more darkness here now. Whoa, what is that? No. Where are you? Where are you? We're gonna do well with a thinner brush. We're gonna do these like this, like stemming from certain areas. You know, because this verticality is gonna like reinforce the structure of the thing that we're shading, and it's gonna give us richer, like deeper shadows in certain areas, because it is crossing the other hash. So now we're literally cross hashing, you know. So but the reason why we have to make these darker is because I made the shadow by the castle so much darker. You know? So now, see, this is darker than this, so now this has to become darker. That's just to balance out the values. Same thing here, even though we have like a cross hatching going on here, but I need this vertical. This verticality to kind of like tighten it up a bit. No? Whoa, undo that, let's not. There you go. Let's save for now, because we have done a lot. A lot was done. So in order for us to not have to worry about messing it up, we have to save it, you know? You know what? I take it back because I had said that this was my favorite mix. My favorite mix is number 2. I didn't say it here in the stream, but I told just Austin. I was like, I love number 3. I was like, yeah, I think I like that one too. I was like, no, you know what? No. Even though this is good, this mix is good, but I like to have the. I like number 2. Again, the further out we get from the castle, the less line work we're gonna see on the shadows. This is just to emphasize the shadow strength back under here, you know? Like Austin has more music, a lot more music, but you know, not all of it is DMCA free, you know? So check him out on Spotify, man. I'm gonna put the link for Spotify too in the description. He's good, man. He's good. I'm a fan of his music for sure. This week I also have to do a commission for a friend of mine. Another musician too. Yeah, I'm sorry if I'm getting quiet, just because I love the crosshatch. And now that my mind is like, yes, crosshatching makes total sense, I'm like, yo, say no more. Now? Like there's a different type of joy when you just get lost in your work, you know? Like there's nothing like going on that's like inherently exciting, you know? But the comfort of doing something that you feel like you're in the flow of, you just get lost, you know? Like right up until I said sorry if I'm quiet, I thought I was talking. but I was just talking to myself in my head. Let me see if this is okay. If not, we're gonna erase it and then we'll chalk it up to other things. I don't know if I like that on the arm though. See, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's good to like try stuff. I don't necessarily like it on the arm, so we're gonna get rid of it. Because I don't think the arm needs to be this shady, you know? But where I need the shade, like in the cape, it works. I just kind of want to try my hand at doing this on him. But, you know, we tried, it didn't work, so why not? Because in his skin, it looked too dirty. So I didn't want to make that too dirty. Bear with me, bear with me. I know it looks like I'm doing a mess, making a mess, but I'm not. I'm just resetting the shadows, you know? Alright. But this over here looks fine. A little bit of noise here went a long way. And the reason why I'm doing it now is because with this, I bought myself the opportunity to get noisy somewhere else. So even if I don't leave it as noisy, trying to shade it with noise, like with the cross hatching, it's allowing me to get to the shape of shadow that I need, you know? So then I can just kind of go in like I'm doing right now and make it thicker, and then I can go with the eraser and then just polish the shape, you know? But without having it done with oh yeah, had I not done it with the cross hatching, I don't think I would have gotten to this part, you know? That's why sometimes it's good to like procrastinate within your own work and try out another area, because then you allow yourself to kind of get to things that you wouldn't have done it because you think that it doesn't work. But then when you see it work in another area and then you come back to it, you know what, yeah, that's good shit, you know? And there you go. Oof. Oh my god, come on. You know? I have to denoise this now. Because it has to be consistent, you know? So I'm only leaving it like where the lines go into where the mid-tone goes. Yeah, because otherwise I'm gonna have to do like cross hatching everywhere, and I don't think that the cross hatching would look fine on them. You know, let's do some on her though. We definitely need some. Right, hold on, let me get rid of that. Oof, undo. E. Yeah, this one's gonna be all black actually. All black. That's because of how it is. And like that's inside in the underneath her dress, you know? So same thing here, we have to push these shadows down. Well, the lines, because there was no shadows here, it was just all just line work. So we have to get into this a lot more. Same thing here, give it more, give the shadows more intensity. But it's just a matter of like me getting comfortable with using such large black shapes, you know? Because black shapes, it's daunting. It could be daunting, at least it is for me. So if you feel like a little bit scared to go full black for shading, I believe, I trust you. I mean, trust me, I feel you. I feel you on that one. It's a little daunting to cover a lot of what you've done with black, you know? And that's coming from somebody that works predominantly on ink. But again, I usually do it with like cross hatching. So cross hatching you can build up on, you know? You can always get darker slowly. Which is kind of like the approach I took here, you know? I first did line work and then did the mid-tones and stuff like that, so I can kind of prepare my mind to identify where shadows were. So now, like on her dress and the bottom here, definitely darker, much darker. You know? But now I'm doing it with confidence, you know? I'm going into it, like I'm liking how it's going. And the jacket for Nathan, it might still be darker than it is now. Because as I'm doing it, I become more comfortable with what I'm doing. And it gives me more like incentive to try something bold. Yeah, see now that looks a lot better. That dress with the black shadow in the bottom, it looks a lot better. So I have to do this here, just a lot more shadow on this side, very heavy, so that she becomes a bit more dramatic. Maybe even like darken it here too a bit on the underpit, on the armpit, underneath her glove here, and her neck, absolutely. So you know, there's a lot more to do, but we couldn't have gotten to where we are had we not tried all the things we tried, you know? That's what I mean, like you never necessarily waste time unless you're literally just like wasting time on something that you know you're not gonna achieve. But like trying new things while you're drawing is hardly a waste. Because it'll allow you to do other things later, you know? Like right now, these like shading that I'm doing right now, these are like way bold. But it's the right amount of shading, you know? Now here, these, and this is what I mean, like because of how I did the midtones, I know exactly where like shadows should be, at least like the general area. So I made my job a little easier just because I did the extra step of doing midtones first, you know. And now it's just a matter of like the side, like picking like the deepest part of the crevice to add dark, like black marks. And that's gonna determine where all these shadows are gonna be placed. So there's a lot less guesswork now, because all the guesswork was done while I was doing the midtones. So, you know, when they say work smarter, not harder, it doesn't necessarily mean that you're not gonna do a lot of work. It just means that you're gonna do work that's gonna help you out in the long run, you know? And I'm loving how this is coming out, man. Like in general, like not specifically this side, right? This part we're working on now, but like in general, I love how this whole project is turning out. You know? Let's see how this is looking. Yeah, see, okay. I like it, but I think that I'm gonna have to fix a bit more of this. Let me make it a bit smaller. You know? Ooh, that's big. That's not small. That was big. That was big. Okay, so I see not too much here. And now. There you go, see? Alright. I see how I'm like literally going over where the midtones were. And that's how I'm like determining where I should start my shadows. And from the center of things, you know? This one gets lowered mainly because it's being cast by her body. So we need to have it a bit lower. Okay, much better now, much better. In this area, the boot too. Same thing here. Just a little bit more because it's not necessarily facing away from the light, but it's not facing directly at the light. So this, and then these little like things on the top are going to be casting a shadow anyway, so excuse me, pardon me. you go. Mm-hmm. Already looks better, man. Already looks better. But I'm definitely finishing these today. This today, though. Like, however long it takes us to finish it, we're gonna finish it because we're almost done. Like, we're so close to being done, so it'll be very dumb to stop, you know. I love the whole album. Of what? Which album do I love? Tron album? I love the whole album, yes. Tron, yes. Let me see, let me see. Yeah, that's fine. Here too, I have to make sure that this a little bit more. I can take some nerves to make black shadows, man. I don't know if anybody understands that, but black shadows is a ballsy move, man. Like that really ballsy move. I'm not saying it because I'm doing it. I'm just saying it because that's why it's been so hard for me to do it, because I'm not that ballsy. You know? That's why it's been so hard for me to get to the point where I'm using so many black areas, you know? To commit to like flat out black as your shading is rough. It's something I always struggle with, including right now, you know? You just kind of have to like trust yourself, I guess. Trust that the knowledge that you have is enough to make it so that your shadows are gonna be okay. Oh, but look at that hand. It looks so much better, man. It's like immediately better. Oh, hold on. Stretch it. Elbow, mid shoulder. Ah, ooh. Hold on. Stretching shoulder. Ah. I just have to make the cast shadow a bit darker now. So the dress here, shadow's gonna have to extend. And this one could afford to be a little bit noisy. It's fine. You don't have to have like all full black. Yeah, see, that's better. Yeah, this hand, man, this hand like benefited so much more for being like shaded more aggressively. I might have to shrink that finger maybe a little bit more, maybe. Like up to here, maybe. Yeah. No, too short. Maybe here. There, yeah, let me see. Yes, much better. Better finger. All right, let's keep going. I'm gonna do this over here, a little bit rough. No. That, yes, okay. Yeah, so now see, like, now it gives it a bit more of a depth to it, you know? And we have to probably like fix it up a little bit, man. But you know, like kind of putting these here, it's a bit better. Then get to what we want to have as the final look to it. Yeah, I like it better because it gives you more depth to what, like to the steps, that it pushes it further back. So that way you can get a more clear idea of the space, you know? I'm not gonna do it on the rug though, because the rug is not as like like the steps are made out of stone or something like that, so it's a hard surface. That's why it has like straight lines, you know? In my head it makes sense. This not so much, because it's more like a tapestry that goes on there, you know? You know? Oh, we have to do the highlights for the. Oh, I did these on the highlight layer. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I'm leaving it there. They're being left there. That's it. Boo-hoo, you know? Sassy, very sassy. Thank you. Thanks for hanging out in the back, man. Thanks, Jeannie, for keeping it company. Anybody else who has watched, thank you as well. You know, I know these are long streams, but the point of this is so you can watch the whole entire process if you want to, you know? Or anybody that's so inclined to understand how somebody goes from idea to final product. That's the purpose of these streams, so you can kind of like see what's going on. You know? Because definitely this is not like something that like is exciting to a lot of people. This is definitely a niche video to watch. Like, I watch myself. I do. I watch myself do stuff like this. Like, I'll rewatch the video. Not all of it, I'm not gonna lie, but like a good like chunk of it, like 50% of it. I'll rewatch them. I'll still figure out what type of video I want to make, so that they're like easier to digest. Doesn't mean I'm not gonna do any more of these, because I am gonna do more every week, and fine. But if I'm gonna try to make other type of content too, so you can have other stuff to watch. You know, I like it so far, man. I do. It looks fucking dope, man. Like, I know I'm saying I'm tooting my own horn, but like, damn, you know. And like it. Like, I personally exceeded my expectations, you know. Like, I had a lot of hope for how this might have turned out. I hoped that it was gonna be cool, you know? That it's gonna look good. But I didn't have an idea as to how good or how bad it was gonna end up being in the end. But man, did I prove myself not wrong, but like, boy, did I show myself, you know? I'm like pleasantly surprised by this and happy with myself. Like, it looks nice. Like, I genuinely put all my heart into this. Just to like see it through, man. Where is that thing? There? Wow, that's weird. Why are you there? Why do you belong to that layer? That's my question now. At this point though, I don't care, because I am so far into this whole thing now that it's pretty much not gonna change much at all from here. This is what it is, you know? Like, Camilla looks fucking dope. Nathan looks good. Dracula is fucking sexy as hell, bro. Dracula is like definitely the sexiest character in this piece. I'm telling you, so much so that my grandma thinks that he's a good looking man. She was like, why couldn't I meet him? I was like, Grandma, you know, I've been playing around, but I'm like, you know, we all want to meet him, Grandma. We all want to meet him. And that comment from my grandma is good, man. It's a good validation of my work. Way too big. Almost done, ladies and gentlemen. Whenever I say almost done, it's like subjective to how much I think it's left, not because it like looks like it's almost done. So it's like, oh man, it's almost done. It's like that's like another hour to go, but like compared to the rest of the process, it's almost done because you know it's been a while. It's no longer the 5 or so hours, you know? I think I'm gonna have to fix his eyes a little bit. Let's make his eyes a bit nicer though. Again, these are like borderline pixel art now, so it's gonna get very, very, very precise. That's just how the name of the game is, you know? The name of the game is precision when it comes to pixel art. Well, that's part of this. Even better, even better, even better. Makes it easier. Still needs to be a bit bigger, I feel. Let me see if I can do this. I don't know how this is gonna work out, but I'm gonna copy paste this and then flip this around. Flip horizontally. Right, and then kind of like rotate it. I think it kind of works better. Let me see this. Let me save it. And let me erase this. Let me wait. Does that make it look better? Ooh, that's way too big of an eye. But maybe if I do the whole thing. Hold on. Again, because sometimes you have like you're in the ugly state of your drawing, so being in the ugly state of the drawing prevents you from being able to properly critique your work, you know? Nope, I don't like it. But it definitely needs to be fixed though. That eye, you know what, it is too far out. That's what it is. It's way too far out. Okay, so you're here, right? Yeah. That's what it is. It might be the right size, but it's way too far out. You know? Is that better? A little bit better. May have moved it too far in now. Is that it? I may have to just redo the whole eye. Yeah. But I will have to do this right here. Hold on. Alright, fuck it. We're gonna save it. Let me make another version of this. Save. V5. 5. You know? Alright. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We're gonna get rid of the eye. This is either gonna make us or break us, but there's no other way around. So it is what it is. I can't bet you out how people say it in my country. I bet you guys like face the music, you know, like you did stuff, you know, you have to face the consequences. Nah. You know, I'm gonna cut and paste rather than delete. You know, so there's like the eye line there. I'm gonna cut and paste. And now we have a copy of those too, so yeah. Let me use a crayon. Just to get the insane asylum. Still Genie, still insane. Yo, tell people to get a hang of themselves, man. Like, they can't be like fuzzing around like that, man. Does that work better? Kinda, right? Yeah, I think so. So I hope. Let's see now. I mean, there's like a preliminary eye, so we kind of refine it afterwards. I like it better. Yeah, because that one's fine. Alright, so now that we have this and we're kind of happy with it, let's make it work, you know? Let's polish it up. Let's make it all. Right? So I have to probably shift the eye here so they can look at us, and then maybe that's part of like the weirdness of the eyes too. Like it's just not like fixed on anything. Maybe I have to like fix it on us. Let's save it again because I do like how this eye turned out. So then this over here. We shift it over to this side. Deselect. God damn it. I made this into the eye in the back, so it looks kind of weird. But let me go here. Whoa, 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 whoa. Yeah. Looking at us makes it so much better. Mid-dream, yeah, man. Mid-dream. Oh, I love Mid-dream's music. If that's what you're asking me for, yes, I totally love Mid-dream's music. Fucking yes. Oh man, we fixed the damn eyes. Yes. Hold on, hold on. Undo. We'll fix him up right now, but yes, that's what was happening. The fact that they were not looking at us made him so weird. But now that they look at us, oof, yes. Fucking hot, yes. Yes, I'm so happy. Oh, fucking, whatchamacallit? Camilla, yeah. You know this, man. You know, I can't make weak women, man. My women are always powerful. My women are always powerful. Sorry, the app, nice. Was it freezing up or something? Or was it just not playing right? I mean, YouTube, it always has a delay, so we can only do so much, you know? But thanks again, Jeannie, for being here all this time. You're like hanging out here, keeping me company through this hardship that is trying to get the eyes to work. But we did it, Jeannie. We did it. We did it. Fucking Nathan's looking at us. That's all we needed. Nathan to look at us. Look at me when you talk to me, Nathan. Oh my god, it was so damn frustrating, but it was there all along. Just make him look at you. Make him look at you. And that's it. That's all we needed. The moment we made Nathan look at us, it's just beautiful now. This beautiful boy. Yeah, so much better. Oof, yes. Yes. Now this man is complete. This man now is freaking complete, man. Now we're gonna put his beautiful blue eyes on him, and we're gonna be set. We're gonna be effing set. Oh my god, yes, I'm so happy. You don't have no idea. That's all we needed. All we needed was for Nathan to freaking look at us. Look at me when I'm talking to you, Nathan. Yes, 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 yes. We got here. Finally, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, we have gotten here. We've arrived at the final destination. Fucking hey, bro. It took so long to get here, but we're here. And that's all that matters, you know? We took some risks too, because man, I did not expect for me to be like, yeah, let's move the eye around. I mean, this whole thing was about making bold moves, man, and reaping the rewards for the chances we took. Fucking Nathan, you look beautiful now. Yes, Nathan, yes. Oh my god, yes. I don't have to do that. Hold on, hold on. Just a little bit more. I'm gonna save it first because we have to save it, otherwise I'm not gonna be. I think that's it. Wait. Wait a minute. 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 Big move again. Fuck. Have to adjust his nose. Here you go with the big moves. At this point, man, you know, like nothing, it's like off limits now. Nothing is off limits. Yeah. Yes, deselect. Yeah, his nose was weird. That's why I had to move it. Like his nostril was way too like on top of the mustache, so we had to move it up. I'm not gonna let Dracula not be sexy, you know? Like if Nathan got an eye job, Dracula can get a nose job too, you know? Yes. Oh, I know what I need. This is like little nitpicks, you know, but I need it. That's what was needed there. You know what? We don't need this part right here. We don't get to see that anyway. Why? Because he's full. His full profile, you know. So there's no way that we can see this neck piece. Yeah. think so. Sorry for the quietness, but just like I've been talking for a while and I'm just like looking at stuff that might need to be changed, you know? That's pretty much it. I might even want to get rid of that. Of this huge line. I still keep it, but not like as pronounced as it was. You know? Yeah. I'm just surveying the image, you know? Sorry. I think that's it, man. I think that's about it. Otherwise, I'm gonna be tinkering with it forever. I think I can call it a day. I can call it quits, not quits, but I call it a day, I guess. Only because the values here were kind of like lacking, you know? Trying to see if I need to have that shadow on the eyes. And I think I do. I think I do. Because it only makes sense given how our shadows are everywhere else. Like if we hadn't had so many dark shadows anywhere else, then yeah, maybe not. But everywhere else we have a lot of shadows. Yeah, well, that would be it for today, guys. I am completely done with our creation. I am so blown out as far as like light goes. There you go, better. But yeah, this is it. This is the end of it all. I hope you enjoyed the process. I'm sorry that I was quiet for the last 10 minutes or so, but I was kind of like very focused on what I could improve on the piece. But yeah, I mean, this is it. This is what it ends up being, the final product. I mean, pretty damn happy with it. It's one of the better things I've done in ever. And I'm quite pleased with it. I like how everything came out. I like the Dracula. Nathan ended up looking a lot better than I thought he was gonna look like. And I definitely like the eyes being like with the shadow here, like the depth of like the eye socket, because it doesn't make sense otherwise. Everything else has like very dark, defined shadows, and then his face was like just like oddly lit from the front, so it didn't work out too well. But I like him like this. I like his little like his face looks young now and like mean. Before he looked like very too like kind of like not cool. Dracula, the little bit of like tweaks out of it to his face, like the nose bridge and everything, like that helped it out a lot. Getting rid of that too, because again, like since we're literally seeing the profile of him, there's no way that we can see the other flap of his collar, otherwise it would be kind of like one side higher than the other kind of thing, so that's why I took it out. Carmela just looks hot. It looks beautiful. She always did. But yeah, then now that's about it for today. I mean, thanks for anybody who made it this far. I mean, this has been like a 5 hours and a half stream. So thanks again for being here. For those that came here, thanks to Jeannie for being here for the majority of it. I appreciate you very much, Jeannie. But no. But this is how it looks like now. This is what it is. I'm gonna get it somewhere to be printed. I'll post a link on my Instagram if you want to buy a print. Yeah, I am so fucking happy with it. So happy, so ecstatic about how it looks, the color wise. I mean, everything. Like I surprised myself. So again, thank you for being here, Jeannie, for keeping me company. Anybody else that's watching on the video and got this far, whew, I commend you, and thanks again for being here. But yeah, keep an eye on the description. I should put a link up for print if there is one. If not, I'll put a link for my Instagram, where I will put a link for print when they become available, because I will have prints made out of this. I want it on my wall. So I shall see you all next. This Wednesday. Wednesday we're gonna start the project for a Busta Rhymes poster. I don't know if we're gonna keep the same art style, but yeah, that's the idea. We're gonna do a Busta Rhymes inspired poster based on his videos, So I'm gonna do like Dangerous. What's the other one that you put? Give you some more. And a whole bunch of other ones. Busta Rhymes is a very creative person for his visuals. So yeah, I shall see you all next on Wednesday, 11 a.m. live, or whenever you watch this. Otherwise, so thank you, Jeannie, once again, and I shall see you all Wednesday. Let me peace.